I'd say 3, to be precise.
Almost half.
You're right, exactly. So I think Brad, if he ever plays on our show again, he's gonna probably request that seat because so far it's been very nice to him. Brad actually was unfortunately how do I put this? On his first ever appearance on our show, he actually folded a straight. Actually, he barreled 3 streets, got called on all 3 streets, just assuming he was bluffing, didn't double check his cards, and actually folded a straight. So since then, I think he's a little upset about that, probably because we've talked about it every time he's been on the show. But since then, he's been crushing on the table. So good for him for bouncing back from that little mishap.
Not only on the show, but every time we see him, it's been brought up.
That's true. Yeah, so he's probably completely sick of that.
Chris with 5 under the ground.
Is that 150?
Some quick folds from everyone.
Let's see what he's Jack 8.
No.
Happy Tuesday evening, poker fans. It is Tuesday night. You are watching Twitch. You're watching Poker on Air, Rubber City Cash Game.
That's right. We're back. Here we are in the booth, ready for some more poker action.
Trevor, I missed last week. I wasn't here in the studio, but I was here with you guys in heart, and glad to be back in the chair next to you once again.
Well, let me tell you, you were missed dearly. I know everyone out there wish my man Suited Dan was next to me, calling all the action, but he's back tonight, ready for some more 1-2 poker, and
yeah.
We're glad to have everybody.
Last week, you had a little sit-and-go satellite to the Cleveland Horseshoe Tournament, and we wish our winner the best of luck as he competes this weekend. But tonight, we have 8 players. 7. One is coming in just a few minutes late, but we have 7 players at our poker table right now.
You know poker players. They're never on time.
They're never on time. And let's go out and meet them because I think they're anxious to get this game started.
Got that right.
Where are you from?
All right, guys. In seat 1, a.k.a. seat 2 here, is David. This is David's first time on the show. He bought it for $500. Looks like he's ready to get the cards in the air.
He's got a Cleveland Brown shirt on, so already +1.
Or he just loves pain. One of the two. We'll find out. The next seat over is vacant, but that's where Don P. will be sitting. He also bought it for $500.
Don's been here a couple times. You'll recognize him once he shows up.
Next time is Chris.
Chris with a big wave. Hey, Chris.
This is his 3rd time on the show. He actually was our runner-up in our satellite last week. Next to him is Tibor. Tibor bought it for $200 tonight. His first time on the show. Anxious to see how he plays tonight. I think everyone's a little curious.
Yep.
Next to Darren is our city worker.
Next to him is Darren.
Oh, next to Tibor is Darren. Darren is our city worker. If you are on the highway, you can probably spot him a mile away. But Darren bought it for $400 tonight. A little nervous about the guy on his left. You know him. You love him. It's Maverick. Maverick bought it for the maximum amount of $500 tonight. It looks like he's sporting a new haircut.
Look at that. Maverick is back in the house, everybody. He's back from his hiatus.
That's
so
right.
We welcome Maverick back.
And on Maverick's left is Tammy. Tammy bought it for $260 tonight, and I believe this is her 3rd or 4th time on the show, so best of luck to her. And next to Tammy is Brandon. Brandon looks like he works out really well. He does a great job working out.
Is he like Murder Rick's accomplice?
He might be his spotter. But Brandon bought it for $500 tonight, and we wish him the luck on his first venture on the show.
Okay, I think enough with all these pleasantries. Let's get our dealer seated at the table. And let's get these cards in the air.
Our main man, Jerry, who does a fine job each and every week. We are so thankful to have him slinging the cards for us because he is a true professional.
Yes. What a great find for us to have Jerry come and want to be part of the Poker on Air production team. And ever since we brought him in, he's just been fantastic. So
Yeah, I mean, he really ups our quality. I think, if we just had any old Joe in there dealing for us, I don't think that our game would be as highly regarded, just because
Right.
there'd be so many goof ups, misdeals, things like that. But I think Jerry has maybe one misdeal in like 9 episodes.
And not only is he pushing the cards, is like he's controlling all the action at the table. I know we had that crazy PLO game a few weeks back, and a lot of people got really confused on the betting, but Jerry was spot on and knew exactly when people were betting pot. He knew exactly where we were. So
yeah, he was on the money.
Good on him. So there's our Jerry props for the night.
He deserves them.
So Tibor, under the gun, he limps in with a ace-6 offsuit.
A little bit of a weak holding, but, maybe he just wants to test the waters, see what's going on.
But I like Rick. Rick's kind of like me with the suited cards. He comes in with his 5-8 suited and raises it up to 7.
Maybe Rick should get a suited Rick tattoo.
Listen, I don't want to be associated with Rick in any way, shape, or form.
I think that'll hold up in a court of law. But I think Rick would have just missed us a little bit, just getting after it.
Right.
Under the gun +2 with a 5-8 suited.
I think he just wanted to get some action in there and see where he's at. We saw the flop, but I don't see it on our screen.
You got
here.
plenty of action, I'll tell you that. Looks like everyone feels like they know Rick's style and they're trying to come after him. There's a field thinning a little bit.
Hey, there's Don Poltz.
Don's here. Welcome, Don.
Missed one hand.
So I think we're getting our graphics all lined up. I think we had some goofiness.
Yeah, maybe that raising wasn't exactly as it.
I think it was,
appeared.
but I think the things after that happened maybe weren't exactly correct.
Always takes just a few minutes for our guy there you see with the tablet punching in all the chips in the action. So it takes a minute or two to get warmed up on that. There's our flop. 7-10 ace.
So as we see it now,
I know Tibor had an ace-6 offsuit, so Tibor has hit top pair. I don't remember Brandon's hands.
I think Rick has already checked out of his hand. He's like, I flopped complete airball. I'm not here to mess around. Too many people in there. Goof around.
So Tammy with the mid pair leaves out a $12 bet to see where mid pair's at. Tibor with his ace rag, ace-6, does call along with 3 others. Chris who hit a 7. David hit a 7.
Now Chris has a 7 and the second nut flush draw.
27.
Tammy has 2 pair now, though.
Tammy continues her bet, $27 over to David who folds. Chris now with, like you said, the second nut flush draw.
He also has a gut shot to go with it. I mean, he's got, as you can see, he has 40% equity with the bottom pair versus second and then third pair. And Tibor smartly gets away from it. I think he's going to go
And there's
check,
a 9.
bet, fold. Or
Check.
check. Okay, so maybe Tammy's a little timid here on the first hand.
Yeah,
a little worried what Chris could be check calling with on 3 streets or 2 streets rather.
She fires a flop, she fires a turn, and checks the river.
I mean, what is she? I mean, I guess set of 7s, but even set of 7s.
Unless when Chris calls when the queen hits, does she think he's got like King Jack?
I guess, but you would think King Jack would have showed its ugly head at some point. Yeah,
or
especially when the field has 3 or 4 players in it, and you turn the nuts basically, or not even basically. That was the stone cold nuts. It's probably gonna go check raise a lot more often than check call, just because if she's betting twice, she probably has something fairly strong. So you want to get maximum value against people that are at least appearing to.
But he checks that river. Strong. He checks that river turn. If he does have King Jack, he's going to lead out something there, right?
Definitely.
So I think she's probably going to get a fold if she bets out.
She definitely was seeing monsters under the bed there. I mean, really, like Jack 8 was about the only thing that maybe could have been sneaky in there.
Right. But still, he doesn't check that to her.
But basically, all we're trying to say is you probably shouldn't be checking
Right.
two pair in the river there. I mean, there's some scary better two pairs, but
I think we said it a handful of ways. But yeah, you're probably right.
yeah, I think there's better hands probably show their hand value before the river.
And I think that was a bet and take for Tammy.
Yeah, so she's on pace to win all the hands. So let's see if anyone can get in her way.
She's 2-0. Rick is straddling our first straddle tonight.
He's not straddling Tammy. He's straddling the big blind. You guys, if you're getting dirty over there.
I need Chris and Tibor to.
This water is just so tiny. So cute. I feel like I should be sharing it with a baby.
Should be sipping it.
You know what it is? I think we just said English tea time. What's up? Shahrukh 10. Thank you for the follow.
15 now.
Welcome to our Tuesday night hangout. That's what it is, man. It's a hangout. We're here having a good time, talking poker, talking strategy, trying to make you guys at home a little bit better. I mean, we're not experts by any means, but
I think I try to be a little bit better. I think I learned just by watching these guys as much as these guys are learning.
yeah.
And the people in the chat room are much more smarter than I am. These guys are schooling me.
I mean, that's kind of how I view all this. It's a big community. You know,
Right.
I feel like, 2+2 and, Pocket Fives, all those kind of forums, you post a hand, you talk about it, and then you wait 7-8 hours to see what the responses are. This is real-time poker talk. You can get better in a span of 4 hours.
Right.
Just because you are within a community that can help you and compare ideas and notes and thoughts and all that good stuff.
If you guys in the chat room in between some of these hands here want to talk about some hands that you've ran into, Trevor and I would be happy to talk about them, talk through them with you as well. So just shout out. We're here for 4 hours. You're here for 4 hours. You might as well talk.
Yeah, and we're here. We're a big family. We're all at Olive Garden right now, just having a good time, passing breadsticks.
Yes, please refill on the breadsticks.
Yeah.
Love the game, 33. Thanks. I missed being here last week, but I had some family business to take care of, and I'm glad to be back this week.
But you were in the chat, hanging out.
Yeah, I hung out in the chat later on, but it's just not the same. Maybe my voice is soothing to some of the people, but hey, thanks for the heads up. Love the game. Appreciate it.
You think Tammy gets intimidated being the only female at the table?
Oh, hey, Darren comes up with some kings.
Welcome to the game, Darren.
Raises it to 11, and Rick with his 4-9 suited calls him.
It goes to 11. Oh, brother.
But he's like me. He likes defending that big blind. But look at this.
I think Rick defends more
Flush
than his
draw
big blind.
bottom pair. Here comes Darren, which he should with his kings. Fires another bet at it.
Yeah, this is a perfect spot just to see bet. With it or without it, you're only against one opponent. So I think this is a perfect time just to keep barreling.
Rick's definitely going to call.
I think a turn card came out. I think I heard Darren say check.
Really? There it is. He hit his flush draw.
And this is actually
Darren checks.
And I think early in a tournament like this, I think it's a good time to maybe
Cash game, son. Cash game.
What'd I say?
Tournament.
Oh. Oh man, I do it 1 week and I'm already
See?
lost. I think early on in a cash game like this, I think it's a good idea to maybe check here. Let Rick bet instead of betting. Letting Rick raise, because now you can kind of play pot control. You have the king of spades, so if Rick bets, so say you bet $25, then Rick makes it 100. Well, now you're stuck trying to figure out, do I want to call $75 to try to make my spade flush? Well, instead you can check, let Maverick bet, and you can just call behind with your.
Alright, I'll pay you off.
We don't see the river card, but obviously it's not a spade. No, I'm totally with you because it's kind of Darren controlling the pot size because he doesn't want to get re-raised in that situation if Rick does have the flush. So he's limiting what he's going to have to pay to see that river card if he wants to see that river card, knowing that he has a king of spades. So he lets Rick roll that bet out, and then now he's got an option. What do I flat here or get out of the hand? At least I didn't bet the quarter and then got re-raised up to like $7,500.
Yeah, it's a way to just kind of give yourself a little bit more flexibility, just because if Rick is a really thinking player and if he has that ability to represent flush draws a lot, well, Rick can exploit the whole table by re-raising every flush card that hits, because people are thinking, oh, he must have a flush here. But if you check and just call, it eliminates Rick's ability to do that. So it gives you still control over the hand to win it in multiple different ways.
Yep. And Rick's one of those players that people have watched here on this show, and he's known to come in with a wide variety of hands.
Yeah. I think we've seen 4 hands, and he's already done it twice. With the 5-8 of hearts, and now he's done it with the 4-9 of spades.
21.
So Brandon limps in here with a couple 4s, sailboats as they are called at times, an ace without a leg.
Sailboats is a lot worse than American Airlines now.
It's cute though.
It's cutesy.
It's so cute. Can't you just? I always picture Tommy Boy. Could use a little wind here.
I miss Chris Farley.
Oh man, I remember.
Jason loves coffee. Welcome, sir. Thanks
I
for
like
being a
coffee, too.
follower. I wish I had some coffee right now.
You know what? I thought about GBI Lover or Gabil.
Gabil lover?
Anywho,
Oh, look at this. Now the card is showing up. Tibor did raise this. Wait a minute. Was he the open better? No.
I think it went limp. What is going on? I think it went limp by. I kind of lost the action there.
Well, I didn't see the cards. Yeah, I kind of.
I think David was under the gun maybe. Or under the gun +1. He limped with 4s. Came around to Tibor, and I think he raised, and the 4s got away from it. Those fellas were cracked. Got that right, Wigmaster. As you can see on top of our screen here is our Twitter handle. Super simple, @PokerOnAir. We'd love for you guys to follow us. That's the best way for you to keep up to date with what we have going on behind the scenes. Our next broadcast or our special broadcast that we might have in the future.
Yeah, there may be times where Tuesday night is just not the only broadcast that we have. That we do have a lot of specials coming up. We've been getting a lot of requests for local groups that want to come in and broadcast their game at our table. So we may be just randomly on the air sometime, and you can find all of that news instantly at Poker on Air. As soon as we know, we'll send it out to you.
Yeah, not to mention behind the scenes photos, all that kind of cool stuff. So if you guys want to know what else is going on with us, follow us on Twitter, and we will be happy to show you what we got going on.
I kind of like this. So Don Poltz opens up with Ace Jack. He raises out to 10. Rick, who has pocket 10s, raises them out to $24.
Pocket 10s and the Z button.
And what a board.
Check.
This opens it up for Rick. Don checks.
So Don is a big time viewer of the show. So he knows Mav's tendencies. So he knows that,
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought Don would just fold right there.
he does know that, the Mav will screw around. But at the same time, does Mav really 3-bet all that often? Mav kind of likes to kind of call behind. So the fact that he did throw the 3-bet out there, I think it definitely raised an eyebrow or two for Don to know that, what, if I don't connect here, I'm probably not going to stick around too much longer.
I think that's perfect spot for that.
Yeah, right.
And there's a quick chip count. It says that chips have moved amongst the table in the first 18 minutes of play.
You want to say hi to your boy in chat?
Who's my boy?
He's everybody's boy.
Craig Pullen.
Yeah.
Hey, what up, Craig?
Craig's in the house.
Welcome to the chat room again,
As
sir.
if we were wondering if you'd be here, because he's here all the time.
That's true. There's some regulars that are always here.
Craig, I was trying to talk to you the other night in the live at the bike stream, but I was having some serious issues with that. So
He doesn't like to talk to you unless you're on the show.
is that what it is?
Yeah.
Like I mean nothing to him when I'm not in front of the camera.
Yeah.
It's like Tammy's turn with a couple 10s,
They're moving around the table.
a couple limpers in front of her.
15.
Raises it up to 15. Brandon, one of our newer, I'm going to say members, one of our newer players to the table. Did you go home sick, Craig? Because I would have ran home sick just to tune into Poker on Air's Tuesday night broadcast. No, we like to give shout outs to regular Craig. I think you've been here almost every week that we broadcast, so we appreciate that you're such an avid fan, and we love you as much as you love us.
You're a great fan, and you also supply awesome commentary in the chat. So we definitely appreciate that. Tammy is still with the best of it here. Rick with the gutter ball.
15.
Don with bottom pair.
Don with the bottom.
Call.
quickly calls.
Don, that was a fast call from Don on bottom pair.
I kind of want to see Rick raise there, but
Yeah.
I understand, like, he thinks Tammy's probably playing a fairly tight range right now. So, but here's the thing. I mean, Tammy does have position, so they will check to her. But I would love to see one of these guys just check raise.
They all
Just
check.
shows so much. Yeah.
Rick bets this end here now.
The door is wide open for either one of them, really. I think if Don bet here, it would look the most strong just
Don looks
because
like
he's out of position.
Don looks like he's ready to fold. I think Rick takes advantage here and bets.
There it is. There's Rick.
Rick comes out with 40. Oh.
It's been a while since Tammy's played. I kind of forgot. She does not like to fold.
Don does fold. I mean, I'm not against Rick's move. I think he takes advantage there. But also he needs to consider that Tammy's that player that's going to stay in the hand.
Yeah, I wonder how much Rick goes back and watches. I know he's a busy guy. He's out there doing this and that. But I just wonder if he knows that, Tammy will call pretty darn wide. Like, if she has, at least third pair or better, sometimes worse, like, she is going to put her money in there. Which is fine. I mean, I think at these levels, people are bluffing a lot, so she will pick off a lot of bluffs. Just hopefully she knows to change gears when people are value betting her versus trying to move her off a hand.
And I think I gotta stop calling him that. That's like our internal nickname.
Yeah.
I think Rick is not a murderer. Let's just put that. Well, at least that we know of. But I think maybe he's taking notes about that one.
Yeah. What's up, Blunt Step TV? But I know that name too. You're also an awesome contributor to our show, so I appreciate you being here too.
Appreciate every single one of you in our chat room.
What's up, Timmy? Thanks for tuning in. Now we got some stiff competition tonight. There's some really cool streams out there, but we do appreciate you guys coming in here and hanging out with us.
You can watch some of those pros all the time. You want to see is raw basement garage
Honestly,
poker.
that's a really good point. Like, when's the next time you're going to be sitting with Phil Hellmuth? More than likely, probably never. When's the next time you're going to be sitting at a 1-2 game trying to figure out what your fellow opponents are doing all the time?
When's that one time you're going to be driving down the road? Well, look at this, though.
Are we
sorry.
ace free?
We're ace free.
We're ace free. It almost like you said AIDS free, which we also are that.
When's the next time you're going to be driving down the road and you see Murder Rick in your rearview mirror? I mean, the odds of that and you playing poker against, let's just
drop that one.
Drop that
No,
one.
but this is a great training tool for you guys. If you go to your local casino, you're playing low stakes online, and you're just like, I want to get in the head of my opponents. This is it, guys. This is what your local casino looks like. All of our players, this isn't what they do for a living. They are weekend grinders, just like you and I. And this is a great look into their thought process to help improve your game.
And not only can you learn and improve your game of online poker through watching our Tuesday night broadcast, but you can also go over to Bart Hansen's Crush Live Poker, out to Bart Hansen's school, who did some commentary for us. If you want to check back into archives, he spent 4 hours with us, I think 3 weeks ago. I'm having a memory lapse.
Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks ago.
But we've actually booked Bart Hansen for a few more broadcasts, so stick around for that. But like I said, go check out his website, crushlivepoker.com. He's got a lot of great training videos out there. He's got some different levels of memberships to which you can subscribe to. But I tell you what, if you want to learn from one of the best players in the game, check out Crush Live Poker and Bart Hansen.
Oh, wow. Beautifully done. Bart Hansen would be proud of you. But we got some stuff going on here.
We do.
So Rick limped in early position. Comes on to Dave on the button, who makes it 20 and gets called by Don with 10s. And, here we go.
Don hits that 10, and Rick's got the open ender. David with the worst of it.
This might be a spot
Leads
where
out a $50
might be
bet.
a spot where I maybe curb my C betting.
Did Pulse even think 2 seconds before he threw this $50 in?
He really didn't.
I mean, that was just like instant.
And I think I think Don's call was a little quick for my flavor. But I think Rick's overcall definitely screams draw.
And that gets David in there with a gutter as well.
Now it looks like Don's going to bet here, trying to protect his hand, make sure nothing too scary comes out on the river.
Pot was 212.
85.
That's 85.
very interesting sizing. I mean, he's actually kind of unlucky that no one has a king here, but he's also super lucky that no one just flats with, you know, the ace jack or something like that,
Right.
or even the jack 9 if, you know, think about it. So now Rick's trying to figure out, he goes, well, now I got a pair and a draw. Like, how often are my queens live? How often are my jacks live? Or am I just drawing to an ace or a 9?
He flats it.
He does call.
David's got to go, right?
Yeah.
He's got to go at this point.
He says lighter tater. Let's see a river.
Some pain. That's a deuce.
It's pain-free. It's a pain-free zone.
So Rick gets out of hand now.
Now Don's going to sit here and try to figure out what's the most I can bet and get called with.
What do you think he's still nervous about an ace jack sitting around? Less than 100? Oh no, he's reaching double barrel.
I would say, I think I would bomb this.
145.
So here's a spot where, you know, Rick's kind of mulling over in his head. We actually did get to talk to Rick earlier on about what kind of goes through his mind when he's in the tank.
Yeah.
And he is. He's swimming with the fishes right now.
He's in tank mode right now.
Definitely trying to figure it out.
No, he says
Yep,
he knows
he knows.
he's beat and he lets it go.
He goes whoopsie doopsie.
Yeah. Freaking.
I think Don must have showed him. Don's a friendly
No,
guy.
he showed him. He told him what he was up against.
Yeah, I watched him twice. I've had him.
So I feel like I have that inner debate with myself, like pretty much every time I play cards, to show or not to show. I usually say like, yeah, I never show, but sometimes like early. I mean, this is like the 6th hand of the night.
Right, and he's already shown his set.
So now he's showing his set, and he showed kind of like his betting pattern and everything.
I think he showed his hand when he snap called at 50.
I think he can kind of get away with maybe some bluffs now. Like if we're like, oh, he's only playing out of position with and betting in that way when he has basically the proverbial nuts. So now later on, if there's a spot where, well, my image right now is just I play the goods. Maybe he can get away with a pretty sick bluff later on.
That's a great question to talk about tonight. A little discussion. And in what instances do you show your hand? Is it one? An option you just said. I'm trying to set up a tight image so that I can make some bluffs later on in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Is it two? Most of the times when I personally show a card, I generally just want someone to feel a little pain.
Oh yeah,
Because it's just like jabbing a little needle into somebody.
Yeah, you want
and
someone
that's
to
generally my purpose when I show a hand or show a card.
if you can make your opponents not play optimally, and if by doing that it means turning them into a tilt monkey, I think by all means that's the way to do it. We used to feel like Helmuth, for example, early on. Don't you think if you can show him a nasty bluff where after he'd been tanking for 5-6 minutes, show him that he folded the best hand, don't you think that's going to improve your ability against him?
Oh, that's your accent. He's right.
I think so.
Let me take out my gum. Sorry, I've only had one drink tonight. Yeah, from town. Small blind, big blind.
Hey guys, we were talking about Bart Hansen's Crush Live Poker just a little bit ago. We had the banner up. We just want to let you know if any viewers happen to go on our pokeronair.com website and they click on the Crush Live Poker banner, you can get 1 month of membership for free with their subscription just to try it out. So we were talking about it earlier. If you're interested in learning from one of the best in poker, Bart Hansen, head over to pokeronair.com. Look for the Crush Live Poker link. There's a banner out there on the site. And if you want to sign up through us, Bart Hansen is going to give you 1 month free subscription to try it out, and we think you'll be hooked and you'll stick around for a while.
Yeah,
Because if you want to improve your game, Bart Hansen's the man to improve it through.
There are few people on Earth that can break down a hand as good as Bart Hansen.
We just had David hit pocket aces here. Thank you, Bart.
The crowd goes wild.
I think that's pretty awesome that Bart is offering Poker on Air viewers a special 1 month free. So just sign up through our link and say, hey, Poker and Air sent me, Bart. Thanks, sir, for the free month. Love your stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
I would have pegged you for 60.
it was so crazy, kind of how Bart and our relationship kind of came to be. He's looking for new content for his channel, and he kind of found us, and
Said, hey, you guys make some pretty good stuff.
so that kind of made our friendship with him, and then he offered to come do live commentary for us. Like, how many other pros out there can do that or will do that?
I'm rubbing shoulders with Bart Hansen.
That's sick.
I mean, that's what I can say.
That's so sick.
When I go to sleep at night, I say, hey, me and Bart Hansen, we're kind of like friends.
Yeah, I'm hoping to go out this year to Vegas to help promote the show and watch the main event, and I hope to meet Bart out there and hang out with him. And I feel pretty comfortable, like, just hanging out with him and saying hi.
Just get into this hand real quick, Trevor. We got a couple aces here. T-Board led out bet, like an $11 bet. Rick called, and they both hit an ace on the flop. T-Board then follows up that bet with 16, and Rick calls with his weak ace.
This is the trouble.
T-Board's still in the lead. I thought he bet a little light there, but no, $30. I think that's respectable in the pot. I'm not sure that he wants him to go away, but he does get the check.
Yeah, at this point,
Ian the Riddler, thanks for being a follower.
Yeah, I think T-Board's bet on the turn, I think, is fine for the most of the time. Rick calls really quick, so I think T-Board kind of knows, like, oh, he probably has an ace. If he has some sort of ace-9, ace-5 situation like that, or ace-6 rather, he's probably raising a tooth pair. So the fact that he's just calling probably signifies that the T-Board's kicker is superior to Rick's. So it allows him to just kind of bet confidently and knock it out.
Sorry, Tony running our Poker on Air chat said Bart is watching the show. He's watching Poker on Air while he's getting a haircut right now. Boom. Bart Hansen, man, and you think you need to tweet out that haircut.
Yeah.
So we can all see how well it looks.
We'll see a tight fade, man.
Thanks, Bart, for all you do, man. It's been great working with you, and we really appreciate you.
What's up, B Million? Good to see you, my man.
Now. Call.
Chris with his ace-8 offsuit raises a 10. T-Board pocket 3s gives it a call. Darren ace-5 calls.
No, it's like everyone's playing super fast right now.
Rick with 7s and Tammy with ace-3 suited call. We're gonna have 5 people to this flop.
Tammy does not want 2-pair.
Queen 10-10. It's nobody.
And Rick, who's been playing every pot, actually has the best hand right now.
Everyone checks. There's another 10. Rick's gonna bet out here.
Yeah, Rick has to
here.
think.
He has to see where his pair's at.
Yeah, I think he probably knows at this point. He probably has the best hand. And he might get a call. I mean, Tammy might be looking for that last 10 for quads. Who knows? I mean, we haven't really got too in depth.
I think the only person that calls here is T-Board, if anybody calls here.
I mean, you gotta think, we go to the flop, 6 ways, I want to say? At least 5.
It was 5.
So we go to the flop 5 ways. It checks around, and now the first to act on the turn is leading out. I don't think that's always strength. I just think that, Rick's an aggressive player, and he will try to take pots down like this.
If you don't have a 10 or queen here, can you call?
Yeah, I read at one point, a flop like that. I mean, that one's a little juicier because it is higher cards. They call them orphan flops. So if no one takes them into their home, feel full. What's the word I'm looking for? Feel free, basically, to take a stab at it on the turns, because if no one's showing any strength on the flop, then what are the odds that they have anything on the turn? Why wouldn't they, part-time booker, why would they not bet the queen on that flop?
Queen's full. How much did you win for 8 plus
1950.
Moving right along. Looks like Dave's gonna chuck it in. Don already has his fold face on. Smell you later. Chris does the same.
Nope, still don't have. Yeah, I rarely play tournaments. Okay.
It's like T-Board's having a little issues with the where to place his cards, but I think we got it figured out.
Come on, keep it down.
Tammy riding a lot of pocket pairs tonight so far early on here.
She likes that one.
Playing for 8.
Raises to 8. I don't think she's going to get any callers here.
So what's back to train up just a little bit. So earlier on she had pocket 10s and she made it 15. Now she has pocket aces and she makes it 8. Interesting.
Well, I guess in my eyes she feels a little more confident with those aces. And once the callers were her 10s, she's a little nervous about.
Yeah, I actually subscribe the other way. I almost feel like jacks in lower pairs, jacks to deuces. I'm saying, I almost kind of want to build a pot as I'm set mining. That way, if I probably had the best hand, but at the same time, if I can bloat the pot, make a set, the pot's already big enough for me. With aces, I just want to build the pot because I already know I have a superior hand to most other hands that will flop poorly.
So do you bet 8s different than you bet aces? And what does it look like for you?
I think you don't have to, but I think in a game where people probably aren't paying attention and people are still going to be calling $15 pre-flop, bet 15. If you can get away with betting more with a better hand, then do it. I think.
And if you get 3 overs to your 8s, you're in for 15 and you can get out of it.
Sure. No, I think if you have 8s, I think you can bet $8. And if you have aces, I think you can bet $15. Until someone picks up on it, all you're doing is maximizing the pot when you have a better hand.
Make it 7. Call. Call.
Would you like some? I got some orange vodka if you want to put that in there.
And a call. 4 players.
Shit in Romania. No. Moonshine. Slivovich? Slivovich. Is that Russian or is that Romanian? Romanian. Okay.
15 bets.
Rick's got the top of the toppities on this flop.
Oh, just throw it on fire.
David also has top pair. We'll see what kind of mess he can get himself into here.
Why did you come? Work?
A bet and a call. Pretty standard in my opinion.
Oh, okay.
The deuce changes nothing.
Have you lived in Streetsboro the whole time now? Twinsboro. Okay.
35.
Okay. Cool. I like Streetsboro.
Brick bet's about half size pot
Really
here.
built up a lot of construction. Yeah. Changed a lot.
A little more.
15 years. It's
I remember when I came here in '92. I was going to the arena. It was nothing over there. It was 14
right.
It was a little bar.
Check.
So Rick's probably a little cautious, a little curious now if he can get a little bit more value. And he decides to bet small.
Yeah, it's real light bet.
Geauga Lake and BW3s, and that's it.
Not sure how much Rick has played with David, if any.
2 pair.
Nice man.
I didn't realize Rick had 2 pair.
But I'm just wondering, is he just a little gun shy?
I think I was a little lost in that hand.
Is he just kept flattening?
I will cut you.
That was not Rick. That was Toby. Toby's been locked away for a whole week, so he's happy to get himself out there.
Rick's taking a few stabs at some pots tonight, and he hasn't come out. Wow, that wasn't even planned. He's taking a few stabs at some pots tonight. He really hasn't come out on top as the winner, so I just wonder if he was feeling a little gun shy there with his 2 pair. But I was kind of surprised at the real light bet there on the river, especially out of Rick.
I think he might have figured that Dave had exactly what he had. Maybe he thought if I bet 75 or 100, a king with a middle kicker isn't going to call because, he did bet all 3 streets, showing a ton of strength. So maybe he just figured that 50 was the max that Dave would call, so that's what he went with.
And David check called all 3 streets.
Right. Which, again, shows that he was probably fairly strong. I mean, very interesting play. I mean, I would love to always just hit the pause button, have them both come back here with us, talk it over. But Our job is to try to do our best to get inside their heads and go from there.
But I don't think he can ever bet Rick out of that pot.
No. I don't think raising's ever an option. But Rick trying to figure out what they've had in that spot was pretty crazy.
Darren flops pretty well here.
10,
He sure does.
20.
So Darren flops a straight. Don flops bottom pair with the straight draw. David has a flush draw. So Rick has top pair. Tammy has top pair.
Darren hasn't even got the act yet, and it's already $20 up to him with a raise, with a bet and a raise.
So everyone but Tibor there had a little something. Ooh, the flush draw goes away though. A little surprising. I mean, you don't always want to play a middle flush draw in a multi-way pot, but
Darren's straight just gets a little bit bigger. Tammy.
20.
You surprised with that?
because it's Tammy, not really.
I'm a little surprised at that bet. She did 2 checkers to her, but
So I was wondering if Darren was gonna check raise here. He checked the flop, knowing he flopped basically the stone colds, the second stone colds. At least now he's realizing that this is the time to get some more money in the middle. I just feel like check raising the flop probably been a little bit more profitable just because people with top pair don't want to fold. So now that this board is obviously pretty scary, I don't know if Tammy's gonna be sticking around. It's like Tammy's in the tank. But she says, you know what? I'm gonna get off the pot because I'm getting those seat rings in the back of my legs, and that's just never comfortable. She can't feel her toes, so she decides to hop up, and Darren scoops a pot. We like to shout Darren out, though. He does always bring us candy, which I'm supposed to be unbiased, but the fact that he brings us candy every week, that he shows up, it's kind of hard not to root for the guy, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if he's just a nice guy to bring us candy, but I don't know if he's like trying to bribe us into something. Like, I have a feeling like 6 months from now, he's gonna be like, do you remember when I gave you like 8 candy bars over the past 6 months? He goes, now I need you to do me a favor. And I'm just like nervous.
You would think Rick would have that same sentence.
I don't accept anything from Rick. In fact, I try not to shake his hand or anything.
He has hands like a bear. Like his mitts are like he could probably play baseball with no gloves.
Actually, in all honesty, I think Rick is a great guy, and I've come to know him over the past 8 weeks, and he's actually a pretty awesome dude.
He's an amazing dude with I like the way he thinks and acts in his life. So we joke about him being a murderer and all that funny stuff, but dude is like just like the classiest guy that you can find.
I mean, we are getting a lot of people to join pot. Oh, this is all limp pot. Tammy limped with ace queen. Not the 8 you were looking for. This is why. Well, I don't know if she even bets this pre-flop ace queen. I think Rick still makes that call and gets wrapped up in this hand. But I don't know. It may play a little bit different because if she.
What? That's just ace high, right?
Yeah.
I'm not like not seeing things correctly. Like ace high just beat him into the pot.
Yeah.
So I guess her plan was I'm not raising pre-flop, but I'm never folding on any sequential betting action the rest of the hand. I'm ready for the chat to see that one.
I think I can safely say that I played that hand a little bit differently.
Put your eye candy, so that's okay.
So I mean, Rick doesn't like to fold about as much as Tammy does, but he has a different agenda. Like he knows that, like, for instance, earlier on, like he knew that, like, I mean, he got caught bluffing, but when the scare card comes, he has no problem representing that hand. Whereas Tammy's like, I'm not folding because I think everyone's bluffing. Does that make any sense? Yeah, sorta.
Call.
I think when what are those people in the court that take the notes?
The stenographer.
Yeah, we need one of those to kind of go back on some of the stuff I say.
I think
4 players. Tibor.
Imagine that. We have another action flop. Tibor up and down, second nut flush draw. Rick with a nut flush draw. Tammy with top pair.
Call. Call.
I think that's all the excitement so far.
Same order to first.
Now Tibor takes the lead,
Check's good.
and he checks. I'm actually okay with this so far. Now Rick, I'm not so sure. I think Rick is just
Well, I mean-
trying to use pure aggression.
also Rick's kind of in this logically. He does have the 9, and he also has the nut flush draw.
I think he also needs to account like what's calling behind. So the action went on the flop. Tammy bets. Everybody calls. So what could he possibly have? A lot of king queens show up. Sure, and a lot of probably lesser flush draws also show up. And this is just a dirty card for
Right.
for Maverick,
Yeah, he's gonna.
especially
he's
after
gonna pay
taking the lead
some
on the turn. I'm not really sure what Tammy's mulling over here. Obviously, Tibor has shown a lot of strength behind her, which I think she needs to learn to take into account. But I mean, I guess he did just flat. Maybe she thinks he hits a busted flush draw. Now Tibor's kind of in a spot where like I feel like he's like probably afraid to raise.
Right, or is he nervous that someone's got the flush out there with a bet and a call?
So he just ends up flatting and shows the Broadway.
Like you run a book. Well, that's what it looks like. I've never played that game.
Uh-oh. Watch out. Don's in the lead with the number of the beast.
He bought in for 665.
Oh.
Blind, big blind.
Special treatment for the...
I'm just kidding. Max buy-in is 500.
Big blind there.
I wish we could just like what they do in the NFL with the little yellow pen. They talk about they draw out plays on.
Oh yeah.
We just could put little horns on on Don there. That'd been funny.
20 now.
Wasn't that all made famous by John Madden? Wasn't he like crazy with the pen
Yeah, he was.
when he was doing it back in the day?
He was always just drawing like turduckens though. This is that moment in time where I wish I could just do a John Madden impression. Just like I feel like I can feel it in my mind, like what I want it to sound like. But as soon as like I try to make it the noises with my mouth, it doesn't work.
Hey, those pocket 10s keep moving around the board still. They're showing up everywhere.
They are very, very popular this evening.
David's like, I didn't win any money with mine.
What's up, Mailman Muscle? We are playing in Akron, Ohio. That's where our broadcast studio is located.
Monopoly's next week. If you guys want to.
And you guys are really hyped for some Monopoly. I'm pretty sure I'd be a losing player in Monopoly.
I mean, seriously, if you guys can get 4,000 viewers to come in, Trevor and I will play Heads Up Monopoly.
No, it's in a cooler sitting in the other.
But I gotta have 4,000 viewers.
Anybody's welcome to have one, by the way.
So tell your friends.
What's your favorite Monopoly piece?
Oh, the top hat.
Everyone
says the race car, but I love the top hat
I
or
like
the thimble.
I like the boat.
But could you go? I'm on a boat.
I'm on a boat, mother lover. I'm on a boat.
15 now.
Yeah, I mean, I think live poker is trailing in ability to online. I think after Black Friday as well. I think live almost regressed to back to where it was before Black Friday. But I think the people that study the game and work on their game religiously, you can tell. Like I know Chris plays a ton live, and he has a different kind of feel to him than everybody else. Like even there, like he knows that he can get away with betting King Jack, and for the most part, people are gonna fold to him.
Yeah, I agree because like I go up to Cleveland Horseshoe every infrequently. However, I do see Chris a lot up there, and golly gee, he's always got stacks on stacks in front of him. So guy's a rock solid player. Yeah. Did I just say golly gee?
Yeah, and I would appreciate if you said it way more often.
Golly gee, Chris. He's looking right at me.
Yeah, Cream Pie's here, guys. Don't worry about him. Cream Pie's in the building.
Cream Pie's in the building. He's gonna come in and take a break from me every now and then because I'm suffering a little bit of a cold, and when it starts to get the best of me, I need to rest my voice for a little bit because I have a big concert tomorrow. I'm back up for Beyonce.
Ooh. Oh.
All the single ladies.
All the single ladies. All the single ladies. All the single ladies. Yep, I was dancing back here. You guys couldn't see it, but I was.
Love the game. See? He's always got my back. I love the man. Love the game.
Word. So everyone flops pretty much an airball here. Rick has the only pair in his bottom pair. But does it stop him from betting $10? Bet your butt it doesn't.
Darren bet out. Adaman NK24.
You the man, Adaman.
You the man, Adaman. Call. I can't do that one.
Kakalaka-laka-laka-laka-tin. Ooh, Darren made an 8 on the turn. Not
Candy
sure what...
Candida is now a follower. We love all of our new followers.
I didn't really feel that hand all that closely. I'm not really sure why Darren peeled with the 6-8. Maybe it's his favorite hand. Not really sure.
So we love all you new followers. We try to give a shout out whenever we see a new follower join us because it's that important to us that you enjoy our product that much that you want to be a follower of it. For those of you that are new, this is Poker on Air. We broadcast every Tuesday night from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. You can follow us on Twitter at Poker on Air. It's pretty simple. The little at symbol.
See that sign right there? Right there.
Put a little ampersand. No. Yeah, there you go. Right there. Put that in your Twitter feed, and you will know about our other broadcasts and some behind-the-scene footage, some pictures of Trevor and the crew and Cream Pie and
I know you guys will all be clamoring to get your own personal wallpaper of Cream Pie from our Twitter page. So
this is probably the first time that I ever will say this. If you want to see pictures of Cream Pie on Twitter, follow at Poker on Air.
Commercialized.
There, I said it.
Whoa! I know, Toby. You said it. You said it with conviction too.
Well, it's true because everyone calls Paul Cream Pie.
Because of what? Boston Cream Pie.
Because his last name's Boston, and so he's Boston Cream Pie.
Perfect.
Tammy the Gutter Ball, $17 bet into her.
Did I say that on Yeah.
She does have a gut shot.
Well, I kind of thought she would call here because she loves to do those draws. I can get it because there's kind of like a little bit of an adrenaline rush, like when you hit those. Sometimes you pay a lot of money to try to hit those out of that one chance that you might hit it.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a little bit of an adrenaline rush. I get it, but it's not solid poker rightness.
Yeah, not necessarily.
I mean, you're not gonna make a lot of money calling on draws like that all the time.
Not completely sound.
However, against his hand against Rick, she does have the best ace high.
I wonder. Excuse me.
You're okay. Do what you got to do over there. I'll entertain everybody. So Tammy is going to bet. She thinks that her ace is good. Does bet 12 into a $55 pot. Rick's just making like 200.
Just said just like
I don't know. I think he realizes he got called down by her earlier, so I think he's thinking in his head right now, hey, I could just re-raise here
just
and
set a
steal
precedent, you know? Just let it rip.
this. But I wonder if he's thinking, she'll call me. I see the wheels turning. Oh, wait, that's just the fancy new haircut.
Heyo.
He's like, I fold.
And I think in that situation where, you know, Tammy calling really light forced Rick not to bluff that hand. And I think overall that's probably smart. Don't bluff Tammy. You know, she's going
Right.
to call everything. So only value bet. That's where your money's going to come from.
Everybody loves Rick.
What's up, nerd boys?
The thing is, like, he reads the chat, so just want you all to know that if you say something bad, Rick will probably be mad.
Yeah, and he actually has the ability to triangulate your exact location, so he will be at your doorstep if you say anything wrong
Just
about
by your
him.
chat name, he takes the binary code out of your chat name and can triangulate your geolocation. So, just saying, I never say a bad thing about Rick because I'm in the same building as Rick.
Yeah, and he has a photographic memory, so he knows all his ones and zeros back and forth.
Sup, Trev Dog? Someone's getting a shout out to you, Trevor.
T-Dot.
A couple nice starting hands here. I mean, you always love to see face cards in your hand.
So
Chris, yeah, go ahead.
Queen Jack under the gun, offsuit. I guess he's under gun +1 is a little bit questionable. I think the open, but I'm not a big fan of limping, so the fact that he did take initiative in the hand, I think is a good start. But there's so many people behind him to basically just F up his world. But he does flop top pair here. Problem is Darren has a better top pair, and also
GQ's
a flush
finest.
draw.
Thank you for joining. Sorry to interrupt there, Trevor.
You're fine. Shout him out.
I gotta shout
There's
out
a reason why we're here.
Zorinek. And Captain Cake. Don't make fun of me when I say stuff like
It's not you. It's the chat, as per usual.
Not Tom UK.
Yeah, we're over here laughing to ourselves, chat. Well done. All right, where's the action? So Chris C bets with his top pair. Poor
You get
flush
to read
draw.
that name.
Naked nipples. Thanks for the follow. Whoa, that can't happen. That didn't happen. The king queen didn't fold, did they?
Yeah, and
Well, Chris actually got very fortunate here. That actually the better hand folded. Now Chris is just trying to. I mean, Chris has never played with T-board before. I mean, not that I know of. So he's just trying to calculate. Does he just have the naked ace of clubs? Does he have some sort of flopped flush? Does he have a better queen? He's going to try to, deduce all those factors that he's taken into account so far.
there's no. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no club here. Chris has got to come out with something now. I mean, I like Chris checking there, and then that one's at T-board checks there. Now I think Chris has got to know that he's in the lead here, and he's got to throw some money out.
This is actually a kind of a gross card. Like, what if T-board has some sort of like ace 9 with the ace of clubs? I kind of thought maybe Chris would check there, honestly. Because how many worse hands are going to be calling him there? But he does get the job done.
So you think he flats someone just like a 9? I think he was more on the read of where you were saying earlier that like he's just got like an ace of clubs or king of clubs out there and he's holding it, just checking down to see if he catch that fourth card.
Yeah, but my only concern is, so say he just has like the naked ace of clubs.
Right.
Is he ever calling any river bet? Probably not. But if he has some sort of 9, maybe he even had king 9. Obviously, we know the king clubs is gone. Well, if he had king 9 with the king clubs, I think betting that river, like overall long run, I think it's going to probably cost you more money than you win. Just because the majority of the time you're betting, if they have complete air, obviously you're not calling. They're probably only going to call with a better hand than yours. So I don't necessarily love that call, but I think that's one of those hands that's kind of up for discussion.
So you think just the option there is just check it right there?
Yeah, if I'm Chris, I'm probably just checking that river.
Just checking. You're saying just not make the risk of the money.
Yeah.
In case he comes in with a 9.
And it's kind of like that spot earlier we were talking about Rick. Like, you know, if someone knows that you're trying to get thin value there with just a queen, and they can raise you like 3x or whatever, that all you're doing is putting yourself in the tank, and that is just really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't like to shove myself in tanks.
No. Like, people do that Shark Tank stuff, and I just don't think that's a very good idea. David's up and down. Looks like Brandon's got second pair, as does Rick. And David said, you know what? I want that check mark. So he went ahead and just did it on the turn. No waiting, please. What's your checking style? Like, how do you wrap the table when you're checking? Do you ever verbalize it, or do you always have like oh, that's a terrible card for Rick? Or do you kind of have
Yeah.
Some people like hold their cards in check. Some people like Dave there was kind of doing like the finger point check on the table.
That's generally my move. I think for the most
Your
part.
move. Now that I think about it,
is I hold the middle and index finger out and then just tap it.
Yeah.
That's my move.
So Dave's trying to get some value here. Obviously with the basic nuts. This is nuts. Yeah, it's nuts.
Chat room. What's your check style? Go.
And I'm not talking about you checking me out. We actually, ooh,
Rick was
really,
calling for his own video.
Really good fold. Now Brandon's kind of in a spot where he's trying to figure out what to do. He has the green chips in his hand.
Call.
Ooh, thin call. And Dave shows him the terrible nose.
Walmarts. Thanks for being a follower.
A lot of verbal guys. Oh, I love the got him. I guess it's kind of like there's a million ways to play a hand. I guess there's a million ways to check your hand. I do like the really like I'm petting like a baby duck. I gently put my hand.
Wait a minute, I can't even visualize that because I don't think I've ever seen anyone pet a baby duck.
Fresh out of the egg, and you're just like kind of put your hand down really gentle, not to ruffle any feathers, literally.
I know I missed a lot of the new names that are coming in, but Rap Roof, thanks for being a follower, and all those few that came in before him, thanks for being a follower. What's a ZZ Top style, Posse?
With your beard?
I'm trying to figure that one out. Does he do the...
Do you spin your... Oh, yep. I know what it is now. Yep, you do like the...
Oh, yeah, I got it.
The on to the next one.
I hate Posse.
Chris's turn kings.
It's English. It's okay. Does raise at the 30.
Big boy raise. Someone made
Well,
a 7.
He did have a minimum raise in front of him. I can't speak either. I think it's contagious.
It might be. Like the 10s from earlier.
Yeah, I didn't think Don was going to make the call here. Maybe a little too much for the hands that we're in. Don's pretty tight.
Yeah. I think this is a good example though for our players. You know, past, present, future. The 3-bet is a very strong move. You've seen it twice now, and it's gotten the exact respect you would expect from it.
Yeah, tonight it has.
I think actually it's been 3 times now. I think we've had aces, and the kings, and the 10s have all 3-bet. You don't have to have a monster. Like, people already just assume you have a monster, and that's the point of everything, is making them assume what you have. So I think what I'm trying to say is 3-bet more. It's really a good time.
3-betting is fun.
Yeah, that should be a t-shirt.
Oh, yeah. There you go. $15.
Looks like we got a bunch of people to flop here.
4 players.
63 bucks in the pot pre-flop. Tammy looking for a 4.
Check.
Darren flops a gutter ball. Tammy still actually has the best hand. A lot of checks going on. Now Tammy still has the best. Oh no, Rick has the best hand, but Tammy has the only person with the diamond.
I'll check.
Check.
I'm all out.
Sure.
That was a hard check. Looks like Tammy was petting a dog that had been bad.
I got nothing.
Bad dog. Get down. Get off the counter. Quick, eat my pizza. David taking some initiative here.
I think he would enjoy that, actually.
And he gets it done. Good for David. First time on the show. Rocking and rolling. Winning pots without the best hand. All right, guys. Get yourselves ready because entering the booth is the one, the only cream pie. You know him, you love him. He's taking his seat. There he is. Back in the saddle.
Hello, everybody.
What's happening, bud? How you doing?
All right, good to be here.
You've been called for.
I have.
Oh, up and down the chat. Everyone wants to know, where's our pie? We want our pie.
Well, I'm here.
All right, so everyone go ahead and just unfasten your belts and zippers and be excited to have your main man, Paul Boston, in the booth with you guys.
4 players, you're first, 2 more.
Well, we didn't have the mic on, so Paul, do you want to go ahead and do your introduction all over again?
Well, I'm glad to be here, and it's nice to be wanted.
Yeah, you are much loved. It's like Rick is up and down here.
Tibor with top pair.
Back to you, Tibor.
So I don't know Tibor by any means. For some reason, I thought he would be more Tammy-ish, just kind of like stubborn with hands. But he actually kind of played pretty close to the best so far.
Now Tibor with top 2. I used to play with Tibor every now and then. Cooch has let me know that Tibor's game has changed quite a bit.
Every time I hear Cooch, I just giggle. Oh, Cream Pie knows full well what you guys are talking about. He knows the slang terms. He wasn't born last night or lived under a rock, so he definitely knows.
And I'm still okay with it. That's the sad part.
He's a giver, not a receiver. He's a quarterback.
I've got a question for you. I was out there running the pad.
Let it rip.
Looked like Tammy was calling pretty light a couple times against Rick.
Can you repeat that so our chat can laugh one more time?
One more time? Okay. That was talked about already, I see.
Yeah. No, it was she just calling with ace high. Like
Yeah.
ace high on a pretty soggy board, which I don't. I kind of save my ace highs for hands that obviously brick out, not hands that that can definitely fit in your opponent's range. But I mean, I commend her effort. That's all good. Like if you wanna call ace high, go get them, girl. Because every now and again you will be right, and you will be able to stomp around the table and say, I called you out with an ace. But I think right now people play so tight. I think calling ace high is just not the best.
Well, I saw her pick off a bluff from him earlier, too, and I thought that might have a lot to do with it.
Yeah, I think that's partly this kind of perfect storm. Rick likes to buy pots. I hate the phrase buy pots, but we'll just use it for now. He likes to buy pots, pick up the pots that no one else is going after. Ooh, we have some action here.
Yes, we do.
I'll get back to my point about things.
20's the bet.
So Don flopping his second set of the night. Darren with the only club, but Chris with top pair.
Call.
So it was check to Don. He bets 20. Chris calls rather quickly. The question is, if another club comes, will Chris have the fortitude
To keep betting.
to try to push Don off his hand?
Because I believe if it is checked to Chris that he will rep that flush.
Here he goes.
35.
Again, Don calls so quickly. Looking for the board to pair, make himself feel better.
And we got a chop pot unless somebody can make somebody else fold.
Oh, to only know what Chris is thinking right now. He's thinking, let's throw some cheddar out there.
Nice bet. Yeah, you show any weakness.
Chris is just, I mean, he's just the man. Like, he's so composed and just, he plays so well.
Yeah, you show any weakness to him and he's just going to jump right on it.
Sounds good. Give us something a little
Little chip count here.
Interesting take, Ryan. Actually, I would like to see what the chat thinks about that. Hey, chat, who do you think is the best player at this table? I know we got some new guys that haven't had a lot of table time, but Rick, Tammy, Darren's played a few times. Chris, this is his third time. Who do you feel is the best player at this table?
See, get back door.
You guys think Chris looks like Jake Gyllenhaal, huh? The Donnie Darko years or what?
Should be interesting too. Our sub tonight, Matt, is from Chicago.
15.
Oh yeah?
Happened to catch it on Twitch, saw where we were from, saw Rubber City Poker. And
You're
his
joking.
His parents are from Akron, and he just was in town.
You almost made me curse again. Are you kidding me?
No.
How cool is that?
Yeah,
No wonder he's being so friendly. He's like, I want to get on this stinking table.
Yeah, he saw our
Just
feed.
teasing.
He saw our feed with Bart Hansen and clicked on it to watch it.
That was a good one to watch. I mean, if that's not you're tuning in for the first time, that was definitely a good time to tune in.
Okay. Are you guys in the same city?
You guys are insane. They want to know if Dan would like a little cream pie in his lap. Would you sit on Dan's lap?
No.
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 How much money would it take?
Well, I was just going to say, it depends.
No, comma. Well, we'll see.
For the right amount of money, I would do just about anything.
I couldn't agree more.
No.
I'm not above doing things for the right price. What's up, Day Shift? Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back.
Tibor here with a raise. King Queen suited.
3 players.
King Queen suited is like my kryptonite.
Check.
Except for the fact that I like the way it looks, but it just cripples me.
12. Call. That's up.
Looks like everybody in chat's kind of picking their favorites.
Check.
Looks like Chris and Don. Rick, Tammy are the leaders at this point. Check on the turn. And Rick with the best of it. Pair of fours.
21.
There's one of our tells, guys, we talked about before. When someone bets towards your direction instead of betting towards the dealer, it generally means that they are weak because they are literally trying to scare you out of the pot. So take that with you and employ it
That's him.
next time you're at your live game.
It's nice for me.
Tell them it sucked.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that,
How
Bossy.
do you say it sucks in Romania?
Say it again, though. If you do it again, I'm coming after you.
Well, everybody, if you're new to the stream or if you're an old favorite, we thank you so much for being here.
Translate?
It means a ton for us to have all of you with here. Have all of you with us here. Like we said earlier, we are all family, and just pretend that we're just sitting on the table, talking poker, talking strategy, and making each other's games better.
Come on, Jerry. You got one job to do.
Is it just me, or has there been a lot more limping tonight too? Just seems like a different atmosphere out there.
Sorry, I missed it. I was reading. What would you say?
Is it just me, or has there been a lot more limping tonight?
Yeah, kind of surprising, honestly. And limping in weird positions. I get it. Like sometimes you want to limp late, and generally have position majority of the time. But a lot of under the gun +1 limping.
Looks like they're gonna check this. Oh no.
5.
David bets his deuce.
This is a hand where it's like you're at the casino and there's rake. You're just like, I'm not betting because I'm just losing rake. But in a game where there's no rake, feel free to try to steal them $6. Looks like Crush Life Poker will be featuring some of our hands from our 2-5 game that we had a few weeks back. The night actually that Bart Hansen was commentating with us on a new featured video on at Crush Life Poker. So be sure to go to the site, go to crushlifepoker.com, check it out, see what Bart has to offer, and I promise you will not be disappointed. I know I learned a lot that night. Hard to not learn a lot when you're hanging out with Bart Hansen.
I wish I'd have been back here longer for that.
Well, we're good.
And yeah, and in that case, if you missed it, go back to our archived videos, and it will be there in its entirety, all 4 hours of it.
Chris with an undergun raise and takes it down.
I'm not sure Chris has lost a pot yet. I'm sure his opponents will do their best to make sure that happens in the near future.
He has. It hasn't been for much, I don't think.
Immunity Games, thank you for the follow. All these new follows do, they warm our hearts inside out. You can also go to our website, pokeronair.com. We also have all of our videos archived there. And soon we will be hosting a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week poker stream of all of our content running continuously on our website. And it will even have hopefully a built-in TV schedule, so you can say oh, I want to watch this game at 8:00 p.m. Tune in then, and it'll be right there ready for you.
Heads up.
Also, don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Poker on Air. Get any updates we've got of games coming up.
You can follow the Poker on Air handle. You can also follow me at T.1512, or you can follow Paul at
Mostly harmless, no vowels. Darren makes a bet, takes it down.
So Chris is our chip leader at this point. I mean, that's not all chip counts are created equal because everyone did buy in for different amounts. But he does have the most money in front of him at this point in time.
New game, 125. 150.
And it was a variety of amounts tonight. It's usually pretty consistent.
Cowboy.
I think they want you to change your Twitter handle to @creampie.
At Cream Pie.
If it's not taken, I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's taken. I'll check.
There may or may not have been air quotes around that.
35.
Tammy makes 12. David in the cutoff re-raises 235.
Oh, we got some action here.
And Tibor caught in a little bit of a pickle, trying to figure out what to do with his ace king. Just smoothie toothie. He's out of position, so we'll see how he how he counteracts that.
And David hasn't played too many hands tonight either, from what I've saw. So
Heads up.
Timmy gets away.
This first 2-4. Heads up.
And she's probably thankful she did at this point. I'm actually okay with this. I know we know that T-board has flop top, but I feel like boards like this don't hit T-board enough. I think betting into him is fine. I think T-board has a lot of, basically middle pairs. A lot of sevens through jacks, queens that are probably going to fold on boards like this a lot of times. But now once you get check raised, I think you know that the old jig is up.
yeah, you found out what you needed to find out.
Well, it's a senior. Oh yeah, I know. I know. I thought. Yeah. They put an overlay for all the seniors. Yeah. So first give the seat away.
And you're going, damn, I wonder if I could have bet less and found out the same information.
Yeah. I think T-board kind of had in his mind all along. He's like, I'm check raising. If I flop ace or king, especially on a board like that, he's just like, you know what? I'm gonna softly check, and then I'm just going to check raise right in dude's face. What you did. T-board's doing a really good job tonight. He bought in for only
200.
He bought in for $200, so he's really climbing the ranks here really well.
I think he's our big winner so far.
Good for him. First time on a table, probably had a few jitters, and now he gets to rock and roll and tell his family and friends that he came out of the gate hot as heck.
Yeah, he seemed a little nervous to start, but he's loosening up.
Did you say something? The hearing is always the first thing to go.
How did I miss my straddle?
Oh, sorry. 5 straight. What?
So Rick missed his straddle, so he just throws out $5, basically blind.
5.
I got my name in one of those high hand buckets, and there was only 5 names in it.
I like Rick. He'd be a lot of fun to play at the table with.
Yeah, I think he's like a serious player. Like he's like never a jerk. He's always having a good time. Winning or losing, he's just having have a good time at the table. I think it's important in table mates when you're spending long hours together.
And I'm wondering if he even looked. He just snap called that, raised to 20.
Maybe he's trying to implode the old oh, I'm limping under the gun with a big hand. I'm just going to call.
4 players. Right.
A heart could get him in trouble here.
It could very well get him in trouble. Chris with top pair here.
And he was the pre-flop raiser, so I would expect him to bet here.
So notice when Chris is opening up with, marginal hands. It's when he's got that button next to him. It is so key and no limit hold'em.
Pretty big bet here, about 3/4 pot.
Yeah, that's a good size one.
Got the small flush to call.
What gives the big flush all the more reason in the world.
3 players.
I'm not so sure I like that call by Rick. Like I said, like I say a lot of times, unless you have devious plans to win the pot other than making your flush, I don't know if the deuce 3, the nut low flush draw, is the best idea, especially multi-way, because someone else probably has a higher flush draw than you do. So if you make your flush, then you're still a sitting duck.
It was interesting to see what Chris did there. That's a spot I always get scared to death in, that somebody has the second pair on me.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if somebody tries to rep it now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chris has slightly better than a bluff catcher, but I still don't think he feels super. I mean, the pot is actually pretty darn big for as marginal as the other hands are. I don't think he's gonna bet this river, because I just don't think he thinks too many worse hands are gonna call him here. But I'm wrong again. He does bet river.
And only
tiny.
50. Yeah.
Super tiny. Maybe he's hoping to get those ace high flush draws to call with
the
with
ace.
top pair or two pair with an ace.
Rick, I think if you play a game
And
a satellite, specifically
Nope.
a satellite, then you get 50.
Thought Brandon might be calling there for a second. He looked like he was counting some chips out.
Ones that have the satellite. I see.
Yeah. They have some. I think they have a bunch of single field satellites coming. Rick, are you playing this?
Yeah.
So Chris is up what 356 now.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pot there.
I thought maybe when they got close to the.
Oh, shout out to the tablet guy.
They might
I mean, I always let the guys running tablet know how much they are appreciated by you guys. So your guys' kind words, trust me, they do not fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's tough because you're watching the action, but you almost have to have one eye on the table, one eye on the tablet, just to make sure that things don't get all screwy.
Where it tends to get screwed up is when the cards don't read.
17.
Tammy with jacks here.
Okay, so you weren't here earlier. So earlier on, she had tens. She made it 15. Then she had aces and made it 8. Now she has jacks and she's making it 17. So she's a little bit all over the board. Uh-oh, I see pork chops in the chat. I know what that means. But so she's a little bit all over the map here with her raise sizes. I think I understand her aces. She was afraid if she raised too much, then no one's gonna hang out with her.
Right.
But I think 10 and 11 bucks on it again with jacks is probably sufficient.
Not your limit. Yeah. 3-6 limit. I would say limit by me. You already know what it is.
But her C-bet seems to be fairly appropriately sized.
And it should be good enough to take it down.
I mean, Darren did do one weird kind of floaty thing earlier with an 8 high, but right now I think it's just time to let it rip.
$200,000 guarantee. Pretty sure they give the man away.
And Tammy gets a little bit back.
I did.
I don't think she wants her dollar chip stack to equal her $5 chip stack, so I think she's gonna try to turn that around.
Yeah, that's never a good sign.
Life rough. Thank you for the follow. I think we were 700 some followers going in tonight, 780 something.
Wow.
Let's see if we can get to 900 tonight.
Might have to have a little prize or contest when we get to 1,000.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. Troy's in the house. Yes. What's up, Buddha Jelly? I'm here. I'm representing a name that is not mine, but that's okay. I'm Troy. He's Cream Puff. Cream Pie.
Cream Puff, you're describing my poker game now.
No way. You always beat me.
Nobody with much anything.
No, this is a spot where I think David's going to get away with the C-bet victory pretty often. Looks like Chris is playing the Jason Somerville hand, the old 5-3 suited.
$90.
And we've got a raise by Chris to 90.
Cream Pie has a screen. I don't think he's watching it as closely as I'm watching mine, though.
I am not.
I will forward any of your messages to him, though, if you want me to whisper in his ear. Great play by Chris, though. I kind of was slacking to him because people are talking about how many viewers we have right now, which I don't actually have in front of me, but they are letting me know.
We were just under 1,000 a little while ago.
Yeah, I heard someone mention 970, so let's try to get 1K again, guys. It feels so good on the inside.
Really? They can all multitask.
Chris is good.
Turn that camera off.
I wish I was as good as Chris. He always seems like just in control. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he always seems to know when to make the right move at the right time too.
I mean, I guess when you're a life grinder, you just kind of figure that kind of stuff out.
You have to have a daughter to appreciate.
Call sometime.
You know that?
T-Bar with the old 10-4 good buddy.
Did they get that under control?
That's the old Tibor I used to play with.
Are you having flashbacks?
Yeah.
You're right.
That seems familiar.
Really, I'm a firefighter.
Firefighter.
I'm not falling asleep with the tailpipe trick.
Got a couple people here with second pair, but Darren with a pair over that.
Check.
Good 12.
12.
Rick with bottom pair.
These are just weird, uncomfortable hands. Like
Yeah.
you have sixes, and you know it's probably decent, but you just have no information. Like you can't figure out what people's limping range is.
Especially when there's this many people in a pot.
Is it 7-8? Is it ace-8? Is it 4-5? You just don't know. Now you're just kind of like out on an island, just crossing your fingers, hoping.
And now you really pucker up.
I think there's a cream pie joke in there, but I'm just gonna let it slide.
Yeah, you make the bet and get
3 players.
2 players pretty much snap call you.
Check to you.
Check.
Check.
Ooh, quick check and a nose twitch by Darren.
You mean here?
Let's see if anybody here tries to take the pot.
Check.
So does Darren think he's bluffing, or does he think he's value betting?
I'm not sure.
I don't know if he does either. I mean, that's a really good question. Like, if we could like freeze time and say, Darren, what was your plan there? Do you think were you trying to represent the ace?
I'm gonna watch.
Do you think you had a better hand that maybe a 5 would call you, a deuce would call you? What was your exact line of thinking there? I mean, maybe next time I see him, I'll figure out what his answer is.
To be nice. That's what I'm talking about.
Guys, don't talk about Nickelback. It's just gonna bum me out.
Unlike who says nice hand, it really doesn't mean it. I don't
Yeah.
ever lie like that.
I'm still blown away by the guy that came from Chicago. That's so.
Well, he was in town.
But still,
Yeah.
I mean, he could have just went to Swenson's and just called it a day. But no, he decided to come hang out with us.
Well, that's why I'm really hoping we can get him in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not rooting for anyone to bust, but I would like for him to have the ability to come hang out with us. Thank you so much. Look at all these followers. In rapid succession. Love it, guys.
We got another 5-6-handed pot here.
All right, I'm about ready to go out there and slap some people around and say no more limping.
Let's see what Tibor flops top pair and nobody else flops much of anything.
Uh-oh. Not Tibor.
Oh, Rick had a flush draw. I didn't see that.
Rub that king. Get him, Jerry. There he goes. Just gotta talk nice to it.
Maverick. Yeah. Good.
You gonna bet in a call there?
Oh, you guys in chat are just insane.
I don't think you can get him off this figure.
40.
Yeah, I think Rick would have to bet like almost over pot. Because, I mean, he's got aces and tens with the king.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really kind of hard to fold an ace in this spot very often.
Call.
And he calls out queen high.
We should do like a lot and thanks. I still haven't figured out how we can do a lot and thanks with all of our friends here.
Well, I'll think of the answer. You talk with somebody on chat about it.
Oh, how can we do this? I mean, what do you think Rick bench presses?
Oh, wow.
I guess my better question: how many vehicles at once? He's got a Volkswagen Bug in one hand and a Fiat in the other, and he's just like 1, 2.
That's going to be difficult for me to figure out. I'll have to think about that.
Yeah. Maybe we should be the bidders, and we should make Dan Lawden.
Well, I was pretty sure he had a good player. I mean, it was a right fold, but.
There's got to be some way you can figure out to do it with the chat to make it a little more interactive.
B Million wants to be Lawden.
Okay,
that works. That gets everyone interactive. All right, let's go through this hand and we'll figure out how the heck to do this. So you know how like there's like all these nights where we just have like monsters versus monsters? I think tonight is like the opposite. It's like raggies versus raggies. Dude, David plays a pretty solid taggy game though. Doesn't really get too out of line ever, and when he's got it, he raises up, plays it strong.
I know he 3-bet earlier on a straddle. I was wondering what he had, if you remember.
I don't think. I think Dan was trying to kiss me.
The 9-seeded made it 20, and then he made it 60. I was running the chip count, so I had no idea.
Yeah, we haven't really. We've had a few straddles, but I'm not sure we picked up on all of them. I know at one point we were in a deep discussion about checking, people's checking styles, like how they touch a table. T-Bor under the gun with the ladies.
Oh. Whoa. Uh-oh.
Rick's hanging out.
Brandon's
hanging out. That's it. 3, you want to see 3, dealer? Drum roll, please.
Pretty good flop for queens.
Yeah. And I think with both Rick and Brandon's hand, I don't think they're ever going to get too out of line. I think this is one of those like flops, kind of like fit or fold. What's up, Wee Baker?
Especially with an undergun raised by T-Bor, who hasn't raised too many hands.
Talk about not getting out of line. I mean, he's pretty much been just there playing the goods.
And Rick makes the call.
The question is Rick ever just flat calling with a set of 4s, set of 9s, or set of 10s, or 2 pair? That's the question that T-Bor should be asking. That's a question that Rick should be asking himself. How do you flop the goods? Would he be flatting? Now he's got a 50 burger in his face.
Terminator.
All right.
I mean, talk about not knowing to read them anyway. How about they're not even the same players?
No, it's good. In fact, is there another one where that came from? Yeah. All right, cool.
I don't know if he's thinking about trying to make a move here.
You would look better in a skirt, though.
I feel like he is, because calling is just, I mean, you're just torching money.
Half juice, half soda. And there's a couple Reese's in there for you, too.
Yeah, I like that,
Here's
because
your tip.
if you put T-Bor on the overpair, he's not the kind of player that's going to fold an overpair very often.
That's an excellent point. All right, so let's talk about that for a second.
What?
So if you know you're against an opponent that's a thinking player, I'm not saying T-Bor's not a thinking player, but he might be thinking about his hand only.
Right.
If you have a player that can understand that, like, yeah, you might have 9-10, you might have a set of 4s. They can actually fold an overpair. That's when making that big re-raise is actually going to be profitable. But if you have a guy that's like, I flop top pair, I'm never folding, then obviously, getting in the middle is never going to be a good idea, because you're going to get called every single time.
I trust you, Paul. Two to go. How about no?
Okay, we're good.
We're going to sweeten a pot here with a little Pez dispenser.
Can't win Iron Man if you're not in there, huh?
What is it, Iron Man?
15
I couldn't
now.
tell.
How pumped are you?
Oh, I'm ready.
For Avengers? Oh my gosh. Gives me them tingles. Some tangles.
I'm going Friday morning.
Ooh, that's probably an awesome time. Probably be, actually probably have space on either side of you.
I've heard a lot of the evening shows are already sold out for Friday. So.
Yeah.
Check.
Oh, wow. We can get a little action here.
Yeah. Remind me, we'll come back to the Avengers talk after this hand.
$35.
Thank you.
I like the lead out with the trip sevens.
We've talked about it a couple times before. I like fast play. I mean, it was check to him, but which is just obviously good for him because now people are going to think they can probably check raise. But I don't think people put him on 7 very often.
No. That's why I love to do it.
I'm assuming Tibor is going to check. What do I know about Tibor? Nothing. Here he goes. All right, Paul, what do you do here? Are you a flatten or are you a raisin? Pot's at 1.
I'm probably raising it up.
I think I am too. Just because, what does Tibor really have?
Yeah, I'm not going to raise it a lot. Maybe make it 110, 120.
Yeah, I was thinking if I raise like 130-ish, even 1 1/4 maybe.
Check.
Now I'm thinking like if I'm Brandon, how can I disguise my hand the most? If I bet small, it looks like a super value bet. So I'm thinking maybe bet a lot to make it look like he missed like a spade draw or something like that.
All in.
Well, he attempted to be a all in, but it kind of floppy there. But either way, he gets in the middle. Now the question is, what is Tibor gonna do?
Well, I know one thing. The old Tibor would have snap called here.
So do you think new Tibor mixed with the fact that he's on camera is going to make him play a little bit different maybe here?
I just don't know. Like I said, I haven't played with him in quite a while, and I heard he's playing a lot tighter than he used to.
Maybe he watched the Bart Hansen episode and learned a few things. He does make the fold.
He does make the correct laydown.
I think if he had like Ace King, I think if you had Ace King, I think you can play the hand differently. I think if you have Ace King, you're probably check raising there, and then once Brandon calls, you go, oh crap, he probably has a 7. Oh, and I forgot Brandon also gets the Pez dispenser.
Looks like might be Spider-Man.
I don't think he eats a lot of sugar, judging by his traps or his tries, or
They get better and better.
whatever you want to use on his body. But I think folding the river there is actually fairly easy on Tibor's part, just because I don't think Brandon is barreling 3 streets.
Yeah, what hand there could you beat that he's willing to go all in?
Exactly.
Give a man a Reese's, he eats for a day. Teach him how to make a drink, he eats for a lifetime. 12.
$12 raise on my straddle and
I didn't realize I was on camera. I'm over here
Well, we
goofing
had
around.
a straddle on by Rick, and Don raised to 12, and
Interesting raise size.
Rick called without even looking, I believe.
Correct. The knife is still young.
Rick makes me laugh.
He said something about you only raised my straddle to 12.
He goes, I don't even look at my cards for that. The question is, does Don know Rick has not looked?
I'm not sure if he has.
So that I feel like Rick's gonna be defending super wide, right? Yeah. The straddle, even with the speech, you only rate this as 12, so it's $7 to me. I'm never folding. So I'm trying to figure out why Don would check an ace king flop. Isn't that exactly in his range of opening, in the cutoff? I would say probably yes. So I just don't quite understand checking there. I mean, are you gonna get more value by checking against the random hand? I don't know. Doesn't really seem all that.
And you're also opening yourself up to getting it taken away from you when you show that, you check that flop and he leads out on the turn.
Definitely.
I am not going to
That's why he
fall.
doesn't know Romanian word for donkey.
Once you take control of the pot, you should always try and stay in control.
Yeah, it's kind of like being like a table captain. Like you kind of just want to make everyone kind of bow down to you. Make everyone like just understand that you're calling the shots.
What do you do?
Looks like we got a raise here by David and folds around.
I think we've had a lot of big hands in early position. We had the queens under the gun. I feel like we had another ace king in early position. I think it's kind of difficult to get a lot of action just because people still assume if you're raising under the gun +1 that you're just super strong.
And for the most part, it's been true tonight, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, people have been limping their weird middling hands, but they've only been raising. Even Tammy, I think, had the jacks under the gun. They're only really raising the good goods under the gun. So.
Well, here you go. You raise queen jack. I mean, it's a decent hand, but it's not a monster by any means.
I think Brandon probably feels a little more comfortable now that he's scooped the pot.
Chris folded ace 10 there.
In a cutoff?
Without even thinking about it.
Or in the blind?
I
missed it. It happened so fast. Darren's showing a different side of himself tonight.
11.
It goes to 11.
I think this is more of his normal game from his poop truck league. They tend to play a lot of different hands.
Green Pie, you gotta know. You can't say the word poop when I'm taking a big drink of water because it's like my trigger word, and I almost spit water all over our beautiful technology.
It's good to take. Right. It's so super.
I think Darren's doing a little soft flirting with Tammy right now. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that, but it sounded kind of like, Edgar, what you good for?
Going around to T-Bore.
I always think you're going to say T-Pain. I'm like, what? Okay.
T-Bore limps in with the deuce 7 off.
Is the game on? Are we not aware of this?
Yeah, if it is, I'm not aware of it.
If the game is on, someone please come tell us because I'd like to know.
And why would you be limping with it if it was?
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
7.
What? I'm trying to think the last time Tammy played within the flow. I guess she gets it done there, so kudos to her. That was the worst Little John. Whatever, guys. What do I know? Little John, Little T-Pain. I don't know. It's all the same guy to me.
Chris up to 888.
We did. Were you here for the 666?
No.
Don had the old 666 ball.
Did he? That's never a good thing.
I would not make a very good gangster rapper. Speaking of, my chest hair is really getting out of line tonight. Usually I got a tie, and it's like got it on lockdown. I went to put my tie on, and I realized it looked like someone like a bird took a poop on it, so I didn't want to wear that tonight.
All right, we got a couple of hands here.
I had a feeling Bunt Step was going to say something like that. That's a really good. See that fold move by Brandon? That was solid. It's almost as good as the B million helicopter fold. Raise a 10, call of 10. pretty standard so far.
I was going to say, Don's been checking these quite a bit when he hasn't hit.
And I've yet to see Chris make a mistake, so. So Don playing a little pot control here. Trying to figure out where Chris is sitting.
Check.
I almost had to holler. No turn card, but there it is.
$35.
I wish I made so few mistakes when I played poker.
Like it, I tell people this a lot because they ask me, I guess. But I think it's so easy. Like even if you can't see the cards, like every now and again at our local game, if I bust out in front of the table, I'll usually deal for you guys. I think it's so easy to like feel the action. Like you can feel like the steal spots. You can feel like when to 3-bet. Sometimes when you're in the middle of it though, it is the hardest thing. And when you can learn that, I mean, it's so powerful. And I think Chris pretty much has it.
Yeah, I know when I'm sitting at the table, I try to watch every hand and try and put people on hands and see. And I do it a lot better when I'm watching than I do when I'm playing.
Well, it's almost like using like your own hand like diffuses your plan. Like you like have extra knowledge, but yet it makes you feel like you know less because you start trying to piece things together and you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. But I don't know.
No, it does make sense.
I lost my train of thought there.
No, I understand what you're saying. You're in there and you're not analyzing a hand like you normally would when you don't have a hand.
Yeah, I think it's almost easier to analyze when you're not thinking about your own self. You're just out there just doing your own thing. If we could get our new followers to sound to be the Little John voice, that would be about the illest thing on Twitch. For like 10 minutes, I think. And then it might be the most annoying thing on Twitch.
Chris up to 916.
Maybe we'll find something. What? You guys like any Toby sayings?
I will cut you.
What if that was our new follow sound? We're about to.
He's mommy's little boy.
That could also be really funny.
You gotta share, dude. Look, that's something you gotta like put your freaking tongue on and get that little thing out of there.
Little hold up here. Not exactly sure. Maybe having a little trouble with the cards reading.
I grew up settle down. I've seen your Facebook page.
It's true.
Settle down.
Stalk much? 15.
Now we're getting it mixed up by David. He got a few limpers in there, and he raised the button. 3-9.
I did like that.
Slippy at Reese's though.
I like that Brian Williams.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Tibor, who, as we know, likes top pair, and has flopped it.
None of my stuff's original.
Might be difficult to get him away from it. If you're David.
He gave David some respect before.
25.
He hadn't played many hands. Hadn't raised too much. Let's see what happens here.
What's Chris thinking about here? Is Chris thinking about getting naughty?
He might suspect something.
I guess he does count like Jake Gyllenhaal, doesn't he? Brokeback days. Oh, you're right. I think he might be getting some respect. Aretha Franklin business here.
Maybe not.
Somebody just said if you and I had a child together, it would look like B Million. And I'm not so sure they're wrong. You and Bobby do have matching mustaches right now.
Oh, please.
It's true.
Mine's much nicer.
He's a child. He'll get better.
All right, Tibor makes a call.
Do we know who Billy Bobby is?
I do
Curious.
not. Let's see if he can fire a second barrel.
David does have the 8-ball.
You take one off here or try and fire at it again?
I think he's let it rip. I think if you're playing with the bluff to flop, I think bluffing a turn is probably a good idea. What do you guys think, chat?
30 minutes and then go 40 minutes on second game.
Do you agree with this double barrel by David into T-bore? I don't believe anybody's homeless.
There's a lot of people in there that don't play tournaments.
Yep, there he goes.
Yeah, David's been playing pretty snug-a-lug. So I think that's one of those things where know your image and get down to it.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough outs there to try and take one off. If you want to win the pot, you pretty much got to bet.
That's what it's all about, right?
Yep. It's either that or give it up, one or the other.
I just seriously kissed the microphone. like the French people do. Billy Bobby, I don't know you. So I am in the minority apparently.
I'm gonna go. I don't know. Good. 10 to go. Working well. What is this?
Oh, here we go. Did he make the re-raise? Yeah, just smooth.
Man. Everyone's just thinking about baby butts right now. Just smooth, smooth, smooth.
When I get a player that's raising so many hands like Rick.
There it is.
Yeah,
there's old Chris. I mean, he's got a legitimate hand, but notice his raise size. It's a complete 4x. And a lot of people will 3-bet small here, but when your field is that heavy, holy moly. Rick did not come here to fold.
Neither did Tammy.
Now, how sick would this be if Brandon
Shifted?
4-bet? 4-bet, chip, whatever he wants to do.
I guess he's got a little too much.
David's
to
just
shift there.
I think David's wondering if this is real life. He just got back from the dentist, guys.
That's a scary hand in this pot. Well, there's some flops here that could really be a lot of fun.
5 players. Go to the bathroom, but I gotta watch this man.
And Rick flops a gut shot, but Chris has 2 of his outs.
2 very important outs.
9s are still good here, and he checked them. Let's see if anybody tries to.
The door's open for Brandon. He has a very disguised good hand right now.
Nobody bets. I'm a little surprised.
I think Brandon and David both missed an opportunity there. And if you're Chris, I think this is.
Yeah, if somebody had you beat, they'd have bet into a $200.
Or maybe he's the pot's pretty big. Maybe he's content with just having showdown value.
Now Rick picks up a flush draw also.
It's like a cool hundo.
100.
Tammy can't fold fast enough.
I know.
So Rick's been caught in a couple occasions bluffing, and I have a feeling that if it folds to Chris, I think he will call. Brandon really thinking it over though. This is a spot where I just wish I knew what was matriculating through Brandon's mind. I mean, I think he was just thinking about can I move him off his hand? I don't think he was really thinking what does he have? Does he have Queen 10 of hearts? No, I mean, I think he was just thinking, like, do I have enough to shove it in his face, and then he'll fold? Now, Chris is trying to figure out what exactly is going on with Rick. Did he check second pair on the flop, turn trips, now he's leading? I mean, if Chris folds here, it would be his first quote-unquote mistake of the night.
Let's see, Rick bet 100, got 185 back.
I think that's exactly what Chris is thinking about right now. We did talk to Chris earlier about being in a tank.
Help yourself.
What did he have to say?
I don't remember.
I think they're in the cooler.
I don't know if you can just call here. It's hard, you know what I mean?
If there's any left.
I think he just checked to see the 9 of hearts. I mean, this is obviously a good bet by Rick if it's bringing that kind of question.
I think it's to me. I feel like I would either fold or ship it there.
I'm not folding 3 flop. I'm not folding the 1.
One thing we're considering doing one of our cash games as a show 1 at the end, or 7 at the end.
Yeah, because I think if Rick's betting that much of his stack, it's going all in on the river.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough
Most
hand. I mean,
likely.
I do think Rick has some 9-10s in his range, some flush draws in his range, but it's like Rick only had 185 left.
Right.
So if Chris only calls on the turn,
How's that pass?
more than likely he's gonna have to call 185 on the river. So I think that's what Chris is kind of like contemplating. Like, do I really want to call $285?
Right.
Or do I just want to like let this marginal spot go and wait for a better spot?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You can't hardly just call there because you're going to get it in on the river then.
The official can't.
And I think if you're going to call there, you're better off just raising and getting it in there. But I don't know which is the best play. All right. Well, I'm going to be stepping out and letting Suited Dan back in here. And I'll see you in an hour or so. You ready?
Bye, cream pie. We'll miss you.
And Rick. Good. 3 players. What's your first? Jack? That's cool. Check. 45.
A couple JJs for Dawn. Yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna get too much stack on that hand. Someone said Suited Ann. So while you're away, I'm sure you can guess. Chat's been exceptional as always.
When I come back to Suited Ann. Is that what you said?
But at least it was from Blunt Step. Like he's like one of our dudes, so
It's all right.
it's okay from him.
I accept it from you.
They're like our little children. I feel like we throw them the breadcrumbs to keep them fed and well, and then they return the favor by making really funny jokes.
I like to think that I've fathered many children.
I wish you were my dad. That'd be weird though. Our ages are not separated enough. So if you had me in your 10,
It'd be a weird relationship, wouldn't it?
yeah. Well, that's a whole can, my friend.
Can of whoop ass. What did I miss?
You saying whoop ass like in a whisper is just really funny.
Oh. Hey, Billy Bobby. What's up, my friend?
Do you know who Billy Bobby is?
Yeah, I think we are new friends on Facebook. Right? If I remember correctly. If I think he is who I think he is. I think we recently became Facebook friends.
Yeah, we thought they were.
Check.
Tibor just, I mean, this dude just knows when to flop top pair. He just lets it rip.
Check.
So I missed the chip stacks for a little bit. Looks like Chris is in control.
Chris is mashing. Yeah,
Okay.
he's doing a really good job. Tibor's doing okay too. He bought it for like $200, and now he's sitting on 472. It looks like.
Wow.
But that hand right before you came in here was Chris's first quote unquote mistake.
There we are. Wow, Chris does have a great. Chris bought him for 5, right?
Yes, sir.
I would play more.
Don also bought it for 5. But
Chris, I'm sorry. I heard what you said, and then I just totally blew it out of my head. You said Chris had made it like a slight error.
yeah, I mean, it was a spot where Murder Rick.
Rick.
Just Rick.
Just Rick.
Just Rick. Rick put out a pretty. I mean, he bet half pot into 4 players. A spot where he actually had a straight draw and a flush draw, and Chris had, which ended up being second pair with a pair of 9s. The board paired on the turn. It wasn't the best spot, but he did have the best hand, and he folded. But other than that, I mean, he's been pretty much just knocking it out.
A little $6 raise keeps 4 players in the pot.
Looks like 5 players.
Sorry, 5 players.
5
As I was
players.
corrected by Jerry, because his math skills are way better than mine.
And there goes a Honda Civic.
Brandon with his ace queen top.
Rick better be careful
Rick
though.
with top, sort of near the top.
Rick, you better check yourself.
22 is the bet.
Ace queen does lead out with 22. Into a $30 pot.
Yeah, we talked to Brandon a little bit earlier on, and I could tell just by his language that he's not your average poker player. He definitely thinks about it on a high level. I think he maybe was a little nervous early on, but now he's won a few pots, and I think he's kind of getting into his game.
He's getting familiar with the players on the table. We've had some generosity in showing hands.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him out there when I was out there in the poker room in the main penthouse area when he did move all in. He kind of fumbled his chips there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean they are.
Think that was on
they
purpose,
are
or was it
glossy,
just-
but that could have been some trembling fingers.
I don't know anything about the hand. I knew it was a big hand, and I saw that Tibor had folded.
Yeah, I
But I
don't
did-
remember exactly what the hand was, but Brandon did have the goods.
I did see the misstep on the jam the chips in. But the chips are new, and they are glossy.
Oh, brother.
Oh, ouch. Rick.
There's the look. There's a look.
Yeah, that was a disgusted look.
There's the look that Rick gives people right before he gives them a hug. Ooh, Rick mistakenly checks. I think Brandon
Yeah.
kind of realized that the
Well-
value of one pair on that river probably wasn't the best.
When you were talking about looks, I don't know if you noticed, did you see the look from Brandon? It was like the disgust smirk. And then
Oh.
it came right out of the corner of his mouth, just like, and then he looks at the camera and just checks. No, I mean, seriously screaming, hey, I got beat.
Yeah, I think Rick was planning on sharing his protein drink with Brandon, but after that move, I don't think Brandon wants anything to do with Rick. Maybe they should do like a push-up contest. These dudes are, they're built like men.
Hey, just for everyone's knowledge, because there's a good 1,000 of you guys out here tonight. Right after our broadcast at 11 p.m. Eastern time, we do a quick after show question and answer time with the players. If you are interested in any questions that you would like any of the players to answer, start sending me questions after the 3rd hour, and we'll start getting them queued up for the night. And I will go out there and talk to some of these players.
Are you conducting it tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to do some interviews tonight.
Okay.
Trevor, I see the PokerFitness.tv logo.
Heads up.
So, hang on a second.
10, fold. Big blind call.
So David made it 10 under the gun.
No, I just asked.
David made it 10 under the gun, and it looks like he got one call. Brandon out of the big blind.
Go ahead.
Let's see if David continues his betting pattern.
Friends, one of our great partners here at Poker on Air is PokerFitness.tv. It is a poker website that is dedicated to the mental and physical health of poker players everywhere. On the site, you can find exercises that will prepare you.
Like every night. Quite a bit.
I'm sorry, I got lost in my reading. Trevor, can you read that?
Okay. You play Hold'em or do you play?
It will prepare you for the long hours at the table. It will give you relief from all that stress you put on your body sitting there for hours and hours and hours. And you can go there, learn some mental focus. You know, we watch Chris. You know, he's balanced. He's up, he's down. It doesn't matter. He's always balanced in the same mindset. So go to PokerFitness.tv, learn some of these trends, these traits that can make you a better poker player from here going forward. We got some shenanigans going on this table right now. Brandon in a really tough spot here. You know, Davis bet into him twice now, 3 times maybe. Kind of lost track of this hand a little bit, but I don't know if he can make this call here.
Hashtag pussy.
What do I know?
Did they get that up?
Do I know? Don't I know? Do I know? Don't I know? Talk about a crying call. He literally almost like threw his money into David's stack.
Let's go.
Let's play Megatron.
There was a question in there back there. Good enough means one.
God, no.
There was a question back there. You want to know how much you can get for that? It's not probably mentioned more than me. I'm old.
I wouldn't say that. I'll let it look pretty, not the performance. Right, they're just gonna take a quick break. Paul's gonna be on.
That's just a weird brand.
Steve, you might be absolutely right. I kind of lost the track of how that hand went. We were doing our little live read for Poker Fitness, so I could have been completely way off, to be honest with you. Did it go bet, check, bet? Is that how the action went?
We got Brian.
Yeah, that whole confusion was brought on by me. I think I had like a mini stroke or something. I was trying to do a live read and my vision totally locked up on every single word I was reading. But I think we're all good now. It's like Jerry's getting a quick break from the poker table for dealing. He dealt for a couple hours here. We're going to give him a quick break. And Golf Ball Paul's going to step in as our dealer, which some people might say is Jerry's son or father or twin brother, because they're very similar visually.
They do look awfully similar. Who that called a police?
Steve Plays Poker, thanks for being a follower. Chris is going to lead out with his King Queen offsuit, $12. We talked earlier about King Queen in early position. I love King Queen, to be quite honest, and I'm always going to bet it if no one else is betting.
I have that love-hate relationship. It's one of those hands that, like, I think it did really well for me for a while. Then all of a sudden, it kind of hit that streak where it just kind of sucked butt, and now I just don't like it that much. I'm gonna eat Reese's cup.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead.
Wow, that was the most dramatic flop.
Yeah. Golf
ball's in the house.
He likes to be real dramatic, but his King Queen does flop open-ended here. I think we're gonna do a continuation bet. 25 into a $37 pot. Open-ended, he's got no overs. Tammy's threes are gonna go in the muck. David does hit mid-pair here with top kicker. Does make a call. Ace is a little bit of pain here.
Yep.
There's a 7. Doesn't really help anything out, change the situation. Chris has got to continue his bet here. Dave checks to him. I think Chris is driving this pot, and I think he needs to continue driving.
60 is the bet.
Does bet 60 to an $87 pot.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, Chris kind of does lean towards half pot when he has it. Now he's bet a little bit more on his when he's bluffing here.
And he does make the best hand fold.
And by the way, that Reese's cup was delicious.
Thank you, Darren.
I got peanut butter all up in my teeth.
Hey guys, I don't know if you guys talked about it earlier, but sitting now in for oh my gosh, why is my brain not working today? Sitting in for Don is Matt, who came all the way from Chicago.
From like the Windy City.
Yes, the Windy City, Chicago, Chi-Town. He is here. He was searching Twitch. This is a great story. I was out talking with him during the last hour when Cream Pie was in here. He was searching Twitch one night. Saw Bart Hansen on our show, and he was like, "Hey, I'd like to play in that game." And he ended up. Sorry, Darren, come back here. We're giving thumbs up for the Reese's.
Awesome jacket.
But anyhow, Matt was like, "Hey, I want to play in this game," and he had some business this week in town in Akron, and he reached out to us, and we said, "Hey, why don't you come on out and play?" So
that's such an awesome
isn't it a great story?
Like, no, we had this idea to put this show together. Here we are, a few months down the line. We have people from Chicago coming to play on our show because he was in town.
I should have asked him what his Twitch handle was.
Oh yeah, I wonder if he's been in the chat.
I'm pretty sure that he has been because he said he was on he found the night that Bart Hansen was on. So I don't know if it's a recognizable name, but anyhow, here's one of our chat room folks, one of you guys in town, and he's now at the Poker on Air poker table, playing a 7-8 offsuit.
Yeah, I guess so. In that case, if you're ever in town,
reach out to us.
And you go through the proper checks.
We found out you don't have any
checks.
felonies or anything crazy like that. We'll get you in on our table.
40.
Hey folks, because Don gave up his seat for Matt to play a little bit, we wanted to sit here and get some thoughts about Don on tonight's game. So we're gonna, I guess, you want me to sit and talk with Don? Come on, Don, you want to come back here and hang out with me for a little bit? Give Trevor a little break. You may have saw Don here playing seat 3.
Hey Dan, how you doing?
I think you're not on here. Let's make sure you're. Give me a shout out, Don.
Suited Dan.
There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. What's the guy's name that took seat 3?
His name is Matt, and we were just talking about him. He was a Twitch viewer who caught us one night when he was browsing Twitch Poker and found Bart Hansen on. And he decided to, he's in town for business and reached out and said, "Hey, can I play?"
Very cool. I heard he came from Chicago.
Yeah, all the way from Chicago. A little interesting setup here, though. His hand started developing before he came in here. Tibor flop 2 pair. Chris has got ace king, of course. Tibor probably a little afraid here. 2 jacks on the board plus straight combinations.
Yeah, that's not the best turn card for his hand, for sure.
Rick, hold his hand.
I'm not
hurry.
gonna hold you.
Hold him.
You should watch me eat an orange.
He's trying to work it all out in his head.
Who is it?
So Tibor's thinking, hey, what'd you think of the play tonight?
The play seemed pretty solid. I didn't get to see a lot of hands at Showdown, but I kind of had a pretty good idea of what some of the players had. Chris is playing a very solid game. I had him to my left.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very tight, aggressive player, and he's tough to have on your left, that's for sure.
I think I've donated some money to Chris at the Horseshoe a few handful of nights.
Who hasn't?
that I've been up there. So he is a rock solid player.
You showed, right?
Wow. Nice, Chris.
And I mean, I only caught this hand partway through, but
yeah,
that just shows how good of a handle he had on that hand. I mean, he's value betting a paired board.
Right, and I mean, Tibor's smart enough to get out of the hand there at the end. I mean, he flops great on it. He's got 2 pair. Maybe he puts Chris on a straight draw or ace king, and then when the jack pairs a second, he knows that he's behind when Chris comes out with that bet. So are you just taking a break, or are you
Well,
just...
I heard that was his name Matt again? I'm
Matt?
sorry,
Yeah,
Matt. I
yeah,
heard
yeah.
he came in, he wanted to play. It didn't look like anyone was gonna bust from the game, so I
Aw.
thought I'm gonna give up my seat for Matt. Let him take a shot at the rest of these guys.
Look at this, a poker gentleman.
Yeah.
So who do you think? So we talked that Chris is probably one of the most, I don't know, what was the word that you used?
Tight aggressive
player on the table. Who do you think's what some other characteristics are you seeing out there? Who's the most loose aggressive? Who's the most aggressive player? Who did you try to avoid pots with?
Chris. No, to be honest though, I've never played with Brandon before. I've only played with Tammy once, Tibor once.
15 now.
So anyways, the answer to your question though is Maverick. His range is the whole deck. So no flop is good or bad for his range against your hand in most cases. So I didn't get a lot of pots with him tonight. I did flop a set against him once.
Yeah, you'll find out now that you're back here and you're able to see what Rick is playing. That he just likes to be in a lot of pots, and if he's got anything remotely possible with that pot, he's going to play it. But a lot of times it works out for him because he's also not just he's playing the players too. He's watching the action and he's making appropriate bets. But when you wake up, you can find Rick in the hand and could almost have anything.
Yeah, I didn't play hand against Brandon, but he seems like a pretty solid player from what I could tell. I mean, right at the last hand I was playing, one of the last hands, he made a pretty loose call with like third pair or something against his buddy, and he was right. So I think he's got a pretty good hand on the game too, from what I could tell. Although I didn't see him show down too much.
Absolutely. I think he was kind of quiet in the beginning. I don't think we saw a lot from him. If I'm thinking who the right player is, right?
Yeah, he's the one in the 8 or 9 seat. Yeah, next to Tammy.
Yeah, I think he was kind of quiet early on. I think he was just getting a feel for the room, getting a feel for the players, but he's starting to be a little more active in the game, and I think he's making right decisions and great decisions. So.
And I've never played with Darren before, although he plays a pretty tight game too.
Now, see, you say that, but Darren plays with a group of yahoos. Ask Brent in our chat room. They're in the poop truck poker league.
Yeah, he said something about poop truck on a flop. I don't know what he was talking about.
Well, it's funny.
So David here is going to raise $12 with his ace jack suited. In the cutoff position. Not sure he's going to get any callers here.
Raise and take it.
Yeah, so Darren plays with a lot of crazy guys. His home games that he plays in and the group they play with are, I'm afraid to play cards with them.
We just play any two, any hand, right? Any position.
They play some crazy hands. We had them on one of our earlier broadcasts. Wasn't on one of our Tuesday night games, but before we started running our Twitch channel on Tuesday night, we broadcast. I think you can find it on YouTube if you're looking for some of our old content. Just search for Poker on Air on YouTube, or you can go to our website and look at archive footage. I think you might be able to find that game because they played some crazy poker that night.
You got me at 5.
So when you say Darren's pretty tight, yeah, I'm kind of shocked, but he may be tonight.
Honestly, this is the first time I played with him, and I don't think I saw him play a whole lot of hands tonight. We saw Rick had ace 10 under the gun. I can't imagine he folded that hand.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised there.
Oh, there. Okay, he's got cards.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was kind of shocked there. Maybe he likes everything below 10s, but.
Okay. Oh, there we go. He must have been in the straddle. That's what it was.
Oh, that's why we came back. Yep.
Maybe.
Yeah, the system doesn't handle straddle too well, so he does raise his straddle to 20. Tammy with
she's calling, right?
Yeah, she likes to be involved with a lot of pots. I don't think she's afraid to get involved with Rick either.
Oh no.
And here I am totally wrong.
Yeah. Darren's got a suited connector hand. See, this is the type play I was referring to.
Oh, you have the okay.
I just think that a lot of people are just a little shy to get in pots with Maverick. I don't remember, Maverick bought him for 5 tonight. Yeah.
I think he might have
kind of been up and down, but I mean,
I think he might have reloaded once.
Darren's like, look, I'm sitting next to this guy with these guns hanging out.
Yeah.
One more, Rick. 2 more.
That's right.
Do I want to float him with 7-6 suited and then hit?
Eight.
All right, Brandon raises with Jack 10 suited to 8. Matt calls with his pocket 6. Sixes, and Rick calls with 2-4, and Darren
Rick's
calls.
got a 4 high. That's good
rock
enough to call.
solid. See what this flop looks like. Queen, deuce, queen.
We got a deuce.
Rick hits bottom pair.
And I'm sure he feels like it's good right here.
Nobody with a queen. He does lead out with a $10 bet. This is the one thing that I love about Rick is just he's in a lot of pots. Nothing really scares him.
Matt is for sure calling, but let's see. Oh, maybe not.
I like this.
Yeah, here's
Shagtown.
This is for sure the correct play. But
guy with a legit hand is gonna see what's up with Rick.
Yeah, that shows me that Matt has a really good feel for the player tendencies of this table already. I mean, that's probably the first time he's played against Maverick. He didn't want to just peel one off and see what he did on third. He wanted to figure out right where he was.
So Don, you've had opportunity here to play a couple games here on the Poker on Air Poker Penthouse. Why don't you give us some of your thoughts and your insights about our production here and the type of players we're bringing in and the games that we're playing?
Sure. I think this is maybe the third time I played the 1-2 game.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first time you play, or maybe the second time, you're gonna taken back a little bit by the lights. It's kind of hot under the lights stuff, but once the cards are dealt, it's basically just poker. I mean, there are some differences between this game and the local games that are run because this one's a deeper game, so your strategy and style needs to be different as a result of that. I'm not sure everyone gets that, so I'm not sure I even get it really, but I think. Oh boy, hold on.
Yeah,
I want to stop my answer right here.
Yeah, this hand could get really good.
And Queen 4 is probably gonna flop big on this hand for sure.
I don't think Darren's gonna stick around. It's gonna be aces versus threes. Rick and Brandon.
Heads up.
An open board, Rick with aces. Assuming he's gonna make a lead up continuation bet here.
25.
It's a quarter.
I can't see any way Brandon calls here. Even against Rick's range, that's not the best flop.
Right. I mean, he's playing 2 outs right now. He's not going to come in for a quarter.
So anyways, what I was starting to say too was that I think there's some key differences I pointed out between the local games and this game. But I mean, one thing is there's not a lot of turnover at the table, so you get a bad seat, you're stuck there for the whole night, right? And if you got a maniac on your left, you're stuck there. But I don't know. I think that the production is run very well.
One of the things that Poker on Air is trying to bring out in our production is you can turn on the TV or any other broadcast and watch pros play, but we're trying to be different. We're trying to show what the average person that's watching our show is going to find when they go to a casino and sit down at a 1-2 game or a 2-5 game. How do you feel? Do you feel that the quality of play here is very similar? Because I know that you've played at a couple casinos. I know I've seen you a lot there. Do you feel that this is a great representation of the type of play that you'll find at casinos?
It definitely is. I mean, at this table alone, you have aggressive players, loose players. Aggressive and loose. You have tight and conservative, and everywhere in between. You have the ability to kind of analyze hands after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
You get commentating to say what this guy might have been thinking in the hand. And to answer your question directly, though, yes, this is representative of what you're going to find at a 1-2 game. Basically, any casino here, on East Coast or in Cleveland. But to compare it to a couple weeks ago, we had a 2-5 game, right? And the style is totally different.
Yeah.
This is maybe more relevant for your average viewer, right? Because it's going to be what they're facing in their games.
Right. And that's what we're looking for, and that's the kind of And that's what we're trying to produce out here is we want to be able to take our play, take our analysis of the play, take our review of the play, and be able to learn from that and say, hey, this is how some people are going to react when you make moves like this in a casino. Do you take the time after you've been on a broadcast, do you over the next week or so, next few days, review it and go, oh, I totally made a dumb move there, or hey, I missed an opportunity there? Do you take that and use it to better your game?
Yeah, I do. And like I mentioned earlier, some of these players are brand new to me, so I might have played a hand maybe differently against a guy I don't know versus a guy I do know, so I have to go back and figure out, was that the correct play or incorrect play? So I sure do use that tool to kind of better my game for future games.
So some of these players, and I think maybe like 3 or 4 of them, or maybe even more for you, are people you've never played with tonight. So what kind of techniques, what are the things that you look for to try to start gaining a read on a player, to understand what you're up against in the hand?
Well, I mean, betting tendencies for sure are something I look at, but tonight I didn't see a whole lot of variation from player to player. I mean, like for example, Rick is betting in, I don't know, 50%, 70% of the pot season, and Brandon's not. So it just to call out 2 players there that play different games, right? Chris is continuation betting more than, let's say, Tibor is, for example. So, and not just pick on 2 guys, but just as an example, those are the things that you kind of pick up on and maybe adjust your play for future hands.
How long typically do you feel it takes on average for you to get a comfortable read, to feel comfortable at the table that you're playing at? If there's no changes, so whether you're here or whether you're at a casino, you have a table of 8 or 9 players. How long does it take you on average to feel comfortable with the players that you're faced against?
So if I'm at a 1-2 table at a casino, it's not long, right? I think after you've played a couple of years, you can pick up immediately on what type of player a guy is or girl is. So like if I sit down at a casino at a 1-2 table, I'm comfortable in the first orbit. That's a comfort level I have from a couple of years experience. But some bigger games, it might take a couple hours for sure. I mean, this broadcast is 4 hours, so I mean, if in certain tables you might not even be comfortable at the end of the session. And for sure, guys can change gears on you during the middle of the session, but you don't see it that much at 1-2. You don't see the gear changing so much. You kind of get what you expect to get a lot of times at these stakes.
Because like the worst thing that happens to me is I'll get at a table at a casino and I'll start to get comfortable with the feel of the table. And then the next thing you know, there's a handful of people that are leaving and new players are coming in just to bring that uncomfortableness back. Looks like we got a great hand going up here.
Looks like Rick just drew on the turn.
Rick just turned.
Tammy cannot put him on his hand. That's a snap call. It's a great call. Or great check if you know that that's coming. Just got a couple outs here.
That's a great hit. We're talking about. That's in the top 20.
No.
He's coming back.
No.
I don't know if she's. Looks like there might be a spot open for you to jump back in, Don. I don't know if Tammy's gonna reload here, but Rick just crushed her dreams with that turn card.
All right, it looks like she's not buying back.
Yeah, it looks like you got an opportunity to run back there and lock up that seat, sir.
All right. Hey, and I get to sit on with Rick to my right too. That wasn't such a bad
thing. Don't make fun of Rick when you sit next to him.
I will not make fun of Rick. He can bench press my weight for sure as well.
All right, Don. Hey man, thanks for hanging out with me for a little bit. Good luck out there, Don. Looks like Trevor's walking back in here with me. That was like the first time Trevor's actually allowed me to do an interview. I always let him do it because he asked the real hard hitting questions. Like he'd have asked Don some crazy stuff that.
15.
Hey, welcome back, Trevor.
Hey.
Everybody missed you.
Glad to be back.
Wow.
I was really happy to be here.
What happened to you, sir?
I went out and was just sucking out some helium.
Chilling.
Okay, so we got raise and call, raised by Rick with a couple ladies, and Brandon comes along to 8-9 off.
Oh, hello. I love it.
What's better than 2 ladies? 3 of them.
And Rick actually checks this. He's bet like almost every flop. I don't know if he's trying to
You go check.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So it looks like Mark's coming in for Tammy. Sorry, Don.
I thought Don was going.
We kicked you out, and you didn't get to go sit down.
Mark's like.
But that was great insight, though. That was awesome insight to hear a player that's been on our table on a number of occasions to hear what he has to say about his experience. Billy Bobby, you're right. Rick is on a fire.
Hey, we got. I'm sorry. We caught up with Rick earlier this evening and asked him a couple questions about what he thinks about when he's in the tank. I wonder if we could cue up that video and play that real quick.
Yeah, now that you know he doesn't have the heart attack.
Hey, here it comes in here.
You're trying to get a big decision and a key pot. What goes through your mind when you're staring down at your opponent? What goes, what are you thinking about? It's like
it's going to depend on how that player has been playing up until that point, and if I can get him off the hand. That's another big consideration. If I can make a big raise for a bluff.
I don't always bury the bodies, but when I do, I find a.
There's a lot of factors that go into it, but ultimately it really depends on the way the game has been going.
That was kind of crazy there. Trevor decided to talk over because we couldn't hear any of that audio, but apparently you guys could hear that audio.
Sometimes we have problems, and I thought maybe that was another one, but
that's kind of funny.
I do apologize. Oh, Gooch is in the game. Look, he's got his name up there.
Oh, Mark Cutrofello is in the game. He's our poker tournament director. He jumped in the game, which we thought Don was going to sit back down, but he's sitting down next to to Rick.
I think Cooch just strong-armed him. Just said, you know what? I've been sitting here all night. I'm going to get my chance. 2 Ricks would be really tough.
That was a picture-in-picture Rick. That was pretty impressive.
Tibor and Chris have the same hand here. But Cooch.
Look at Cooch. Sits right down and turns.
Started at the bottom, now he's here.
Turns the devil's hand.
Rick, hey Meatloaf, Rick is actually a volunteer firefighter. So he's a good guy to have on your side.
Yep. And we
look at Craig knows. Craig knows everyone's life story. Isn't that insane?
This is because he's probably like our oldest viewer. Not age-wise, but oldest in terms of length of time.
Yeah.
Craig is not pulling your leg tonight.
Craig and Blunt Step, Nerd Voice, a lot of you guys have been here for quite a while, so we are so thankful.
He's a fireman.
I say he's farming.
Fireman. Because I'm from Ohio.
I'm never really aware that I have an accent until people tell me.
Castleman77, hey, welcome. Welcome, our newest follower. You, sir, have won the prize. Oh, no, Zengrek, you have won the prize. Prize is you get to listen to me and Trevor.
You won the prize of being our most recent follower. Oh, sorry. PT Trig. PD Trig. Sanderklans. That's a fun one to say. Sanderklans.
Did we not get the river yet?
Yeah, it's an ace.
Okay.
Cooch has a check mark.
I was wondering what was happening here because I kept seeing.
I think Chris knows that he's got issues. No, that didn't go check, did it?
Yeah.
Cooch, you know better.
Right. Look at that. Chris, not Chris, but
Uh-oh. What's your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah. Yeah.
When in doubt, just read the chat. It makes everyone feel better.
It's not a tumor.
It definitely is a tumor. Do you have a tumor, you think? Is that what's ailing you tonight?
I don't know. It's something weird.
We're gonna order a CAT scan.
No,
for
I
after
just
the
totally,
show.
I totally forgot the player's name, and that's not me. And I'm supposed to have a list in front of me.
Of course, Posse's here stirring stuff up again. What a jerk.
Right. Well, here's the thing. We were talking. Don. The reason Don pulled out of the game is because he knew the guy from Chi-Town was here.
Yeah.
And he was like, guys come all the way in here. No one wants to get up. I'm gonna let him have the seat.
Well, I guess at the same time, Don did get to come back here and watch the cards, so maybe that kind of like made it kind of illegal for him to go back.
Yeah,
out
maybe
there.
they were like ixnay because now you get to see the cards. Yeah. We try not to let everybody know that we are on the up and up. We try not to let any of our team members who may step into the game or any players that may step in the game get to see any hole cards of any of the other players, as Trevor and I can see. Just makes it fair. No one wants an early read on somebody.
Aggro Rick raises it up, gets one card by Matt. Flops pretty good for him.
18.
Pretty safe board to see bet on.
Why do you call him Aggro Rick?
Because he's just in everything. Like he's the one that's like doing his best to push people off of hands. He's just doing different things that maybe other players are not doing. So
yeah, but I was so... I mean, did I pick up on a tell or something? Because like when he hit that set of queens, he didn't bet. He bets like everything,
which is I would say a glaring mistake.
I mean, I'm like,
So if you're betting air, you should be betting
right?
the Stone Colds.
Why are you not betting that? I was
point.
totally lost and like, wait a minute, Rick's bet everything on a flop that he's in.
So maybe that did raise some red flags for Brandon earlier, who was in the hand with him, deciding not to come along with the second pair back 10 hands ago or so. But I'd like to thank Don though. I mean, that was really awesome of him to come back here and hang out with you, giving his insight. Because you've played for like a minute. I've yet to play in the table, so we're just giving like our bird's eye view opinion of things. To actually have someone come from the table that has spent 10 plus hours probably now on the table to give his insight, I think is
And I'm always fascinated because I like to learn because like everyone talks about, I got reads on you or I got reads on you, I got you figured out, and people say that all the time, and like I always want to know is what logic do other people go through when they try to get a read on a table?
Right, and are they full of crap?
Right, because a lot of people just say, I got a tell on you just to BS, but
right.
I mean, I truly want to learn and be better to be able to make those spots as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Because the sooner that you can learn the table that you're playing at, the sooner you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah, and it's not like people's opinions are always right, but it's always good to hear more opinions than just your own, just so you can start formulating what is the best play going forward.
And I think earlier when we were doing an interview, because I'm not so near the chat room, I think Bart hopped in earlier. I don't know if he's still there, but hey, what's up, Bart? You're the man. Yeah. We love you.
How's the haircut look?
In case you don't know, wow, look at this, ace 10, ace 10. Some decent hands.
Darren with a very pretty queen jack suited. Let's see if we can get Darren's thoughts that he had before the game pulled up for our audience to hear.
That'd be great. Let's cue up Darren's pregame interview. Darren does hit top pair here. Oh wait, I'm sorry.
No, second
mid pair. Chris and Tibor. Sorry, for some reason I missed all the aces.
Yeah. Funnily enough, they actually match.
Silly me. 35. Hey Bart.
I am not going to repeat that follower name. We've already made that mistake once before.
And since Bart's here with us, I do want to say we said earlier to a lot of our new viewers that Bart has graciously offered for any of our viewers that want to go to pokeronair.com, there's a Crush Live Poker link from our website. And any of you folks that are interested in a month free subscription to Bart Hansen's Crush Live Poker site and videos and access to all of that, he's offering a free month for those that say, hey, Poker on Air said come over and check you out. If you want to learn poker from one of the best, that's Mr. Bart Hansen. He's awesome, and I've seen a lot of his videos from his site, and I don't know. I get all starstruck when Bart's hanging out in the chat room with me. So, but I tell you what, I've learned a lot. So if you want to improve your game, there's only one place to go, and that's Crush Live Poker. And we're giving you a free month. So check it out.
See if we can pull up Chris's pregame. I know he has some things to say about what he thinks about in spots like this. So when you're in a tank and you're trying to make a big decision on a big hand, what goes through your mind?
Basically just try to assign my opponent a range, and if they're capable of it, think about what they think my range is, and then factor that into the equity that I have against their range.
Good hand.
I think I heard someone say, a lot of thinking for a chop pot.
It's like Jerry, our dealer, our normal dealer, is back in action. And he's chopping pots like the best.
Can come true.
That's how we feel when Jerry comes back in the saddle. Man, I wish I had some more Reese cups to eat, because that was...
What commercial? That was for...
Cannot wait to get some Sheets on the way home. Any of you guys in chat, you guys like to go to Sheets? Some MTOs? If so, what do you guys get?
Yeah, Bush's big name. Good.
Trusty bulldog.
Nice.
Don't share a secret.
When I was talking to Darren earlier, I was trying to put our faces together so maybe his tan would rub off on my face.
I think it's all natural.
Yeah.
All natural canned.
10 now.
Maybe we should bring him back here and say, what's your...
Maybe that's a question we ask at the end of the night in the post game.
What bronzer do you use?
What bronzer do you use? I'm writing that down.
How crazy is this? Look, aces versus threes again. Let's see if Rick can survive.
30 now.
This time it's David that has the threes.
Did I miss something? How did it was this a 3-bet?
Rick raised a 30.
Did David raise?
David
Rick
raised a 10.
Okay.
Rick raised a 30.
Right on.
And then David called. Again, Rick checks.
Interesting.
He bets everything, then he checks.
I was gonna say he's gonna poop his pants if a 3 comes in the turn. Just get him out of the building. Just needs new
He does have
underwear.
the flush draw too with his ace. And he finally bets here. 35 into a what was it, 70?
72.
Yeah. Pocket threes goes away.
So David was set mining, didn't get there, and just lets it rip.
But I'm still trying to figure out the whole strategy of Rick, because it's like every other hand I'm just watching him bet. And this is the second time that I see him check a flop.
Yeah. Someone just asked a really interesting question. I'm not so sure we could make it happen, but we could try sometime. Billy Bob asks, any plan for a staff game to see me, you, Cream Pie, Tony, PJ Mark, Paul play?
Sure, and we'd have to make that a night that maybe we could have Bart come and make fun. Watch all of our strategies.
Make fun of. Be impressed by our poker acumen. Yeah, if we can find some people to commentate and run some of our other equipment, I think that'd be fine.
Yeah, I think there'd be something in the future that we'd definitely like to do. If you guys want to see us all play, but right now, what you see, most of us, of all those names that you listed, pretty much everybody's doing something now.
Yeah, we all have kind of important roles. PJ's running the switcher, so she's making sure all of our cameras are in the correct position. Len is running the jib, the big camera you see. One person's doing the chip counts. Tony pretty much oversees everything. Dan, Paul, and I all swap out from the booth. So we're all a little busy.
When one of us isn't here talking on the mic, we're pretty much doing something else. But hey, I think that's a fantastic idea, Billy Bobby, and I think that.
I do think at one point we should all find the time to get on the table, just to let everyone know kind of who we are.
Mm-hmm. Hey, and if that action ever happens, the great place to be to follow us on Twitter is at Poker on Air, as you see on the screen. Because if that game ever happens, we'll definitely announce it there first. Or if you want to hear anything that's going on with our broadcasts or any special broadcasts that we might have or any upcoming events that we have, you can follow us at Poker on Air on Twitter.
And if you're in the mood for following things, might as well follow Dan and I.
Yeah.
Dan, what's your handle again?
I'm at Suited Dan.
Simple enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I am at T.1512.
Complicated enough.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, come follow us. We have fun things to talk about.
I'm kind of boring, but I say something funny every now and then.
Right now, I'm basically talking about the Cavs and the Cavs only because that's pretty much my only thing I'm really into right now. They are obviously going to the Eastern Conference semifinals without Kevin Love. J.R. Smith will be gone for 2 games, but I still think we have either the Bulls or the Milwaukee Bucks pretty well dominated still because we have that one guy.
Tonight, aren't they?
No. I think the Bulls and Bucks play here tomorrow or the next day. They played last night in Milwaukee. Took it to them.
Couple 4-5s.
To Cooch. Cooch takes it down. Ooh, I just felt my phone vibrate. That felt like a follow.
Uh-oh.
I felt like a follow. Who did it?
Oh, he's going to shout out his newest follower. Oh, it was his mom.
If my mom got on Twitter, do you know how many cartwheels in a row I would do? Uh-oh, drum roll please. The new follower is Blunt Step. My man. The guy that's been here week after week after week being the coolest guy ever. So thank you for the follow.
Look at that. You have a new friend.
Yeah. Life Rough. You want to make a wager on that somehow? Somehow we can figure something out?
Do it through PayPal.
Life Rough. You guys might not get past the Bucks. You guys might want to check it.
Yeah. 5 straight.
Hey, folks, and you can find Poker on Air on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/Poker on Air every Tuesday night from 7 p.m. to... Oh, you're laughing at me?
No,
okay. From 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. We typically broadcast a 1-2 no limit hold'em game. We have been known, if we have the players in that are interested, to do a 2-5 game. We've done a couple. We've done a PLO game, and we've done some sit and go. So we're kind of just playing it by ear. It seems like the majority of the people are interested in no limit hold'em, so that's kind of our main go-to. But wow, look at that!
Whoops-a-daisy. So Rick actually was a pre-flop raiser. Gets called in 2 spots by David and Matt.
10-10.
Matt was basically drawing dead until he gets the miracle ace on the turn.
Wow.
I have good news, Dan.
15.
Somebody else followed me.
Oh, great. Matt just bets $15 out here. What is his light bet going on?
It must be that Chicago style.
Matt is a fan from Chicago who happened to be in town this week and reached out to Poker on Air and said, "Hey, I'm in the area. Can I get on your table?" And here he is. And he's going to show Rick. Take that, Murder Rick.
He goes, "I'm going to go back to Chicago and hide from you."
Rick, don't follow me. No, not that big of a pot.
I will be at the I'll be at the WSOP during the main event. Let's see if we can get some of Matt's thoughts on his approach to the game tonight.
Yeah, let's cue up Matt's video. Since it's Chi-Town here, let's spotlight Matt. Nope, that's Chris.
There he is. So when you're faced with a big decision, a big river bet, something like that, what goes through your mind when you're in the tank?
Hopefully I have a big hand and I'm trying to figure out how to get the most value out of it, but probably just trying to put my opponent on some sort of range and cross my fingers that I make the right decision.
And as I was saying, folks, you can find all of our archive footage if you do a search on YouTube for Poker on Air. You can also go out to our pokeronair.com website while you're out there and see any of our archive footage. A few weeks ago, we had special guest Bart Hansen hang out with us and for 4 hours and do some of the best commentary that this show has ever seen.
Yes, and I dare anyone to try to top it.
And so you can find that out there and check that game out. It was a 2-5 game, and I think it happened like 2 weeks ago, so you can search for it.
27.
And check out all that action. So we welcome all of our new fans. We're here to stay. And while you're on our site, Bart Hansen has also offered up a free month subscription for anyone who says, hey, Poker on Air sent me over here. So go to pokeronair.com while you're on there looking for that video and use the Crush Live Poker link from our site. And that'll tell Bart that you are a fan of Poker on Air and a fan of Bart Hansen. And you would like a free month, please?
3 months? It's gonna turn from 1 month to 1 year to 5 years because you're gonna be addicted to Bart's analysis.
And there's always new content up. He's got podcasts out there. He's got training videos out there. All kinds of content is just flowing out of that site to help you become a better poker player.
So Rick's kind of in a tricky predicament right now. So he has the worst 5, a gut shot, but double gut shot, but Cooch has the clubs covered here. We don't have one of Cooch's interviews.
No, I don't think Cooch interviewed.
Cooch is at times a little camera shy.
He looks like he's a train conductor bored at the engine. That's what I'm seeing right now.
You're always concerned about the caboose. At first I couldn't even see Rick even had cards, but... we are not broadcasting from a casino. We have our own Poker on Air headquarters where we stream from.
Skyscraper in downtown Akron. I love Craig Pullen.
Dude, he's the best.
Mark's bet wins it.
Sore Peter. Can't beat it. Let's see if we can pull up Dave's pregame action. See what he had to say about tonight's game.
There we go. Posse, is that the right code for tonight? I was hoping Tony would jump in on that.
So you're faced with a big river all-in bet. You're trying to make your decision. What goes through your mind when you're trying to figure out what your opponent has?
I guess I'm trying to make a decision about whether what they're doing makes sense based on how the hand played out. And on top of that, if I have any feel for the style of player they are, if they're capable of a big bluff, I'll factor that in.
Rick Ross to boss. Takes another pot. Ace Queen.
Okay, it looks like we do have some explanation. If you're looking for the free month subscription to Crush Live Poker, you have to click the link through our site and enter the coupon code POA10, Poker on Air. P is in poker, O on air. 10 is our 10th broadcast.
Tyrell, we're learning as we go. I figured there was a code, but I wasn't positive. I wasn't quite sure. But now that we know it's POA 10, punch it in, get your month, and stay forever.
Heads up.
9-10 suited versus pocket eights.
See, look at Bart. He's got all the answers. That our link will automatically populate the code.
Bam.
Dial Kyle, thanks for being a follower.
Yankee.
Brandon hits 2 pair here. Best $22.
Not a favorable board for Brandon. Looks like Cooch
look at that.
Cooch is whispering sweet nothings into Maverick's ear.
PokerOnAir.com, POA10. There you go.
Yep.
Now
there
we made it easier for you, but Bart's made it even easier. If you click on that link, that code populates for you. Improve your game from the best.
He's the best.
And rumor has it he's styling a fresh new haircut today. So,
Bart, did you post any photos of your new haircut? If so, let everyone know where to go find those at.
how conflicted do you feel as a Boston fan when he does that? It's like, do you feel him, but then again, he's been there for like all the good years, like. The same dude
I love Jack 10 suited.
Remember that one? Never mind. I'm not gonna talk about the one Jack 10 issue you had that one time.
No,
maybe
talk
I
about
had
it. Did I have a Jack 10?
Yeah,
issue?
we were playing in a tournament, and
I love a suited Jack 10.
I think it was you flopped. I think you had Ace Jack. Maybe you had Ace Jack. I had Jack 10.
Oh yes, it was a deep stack on the a Monday night game.
It was we were three-handed, and you flopped. You had Jack 10. That's
Yes.
what it was. You had Jack 10. You flopped top pair. I flopped top. I was relatively short.
I flopped 2 pair. I flopped Jack 10.
Yeah, you flopped 2 pair. I flopped top.
Yep.
Another guy flopped Jack high with a
King
king kicker. He had King Jack. So all three of us, all the jacks are out. So Dan flops 2 pair. I flop top pair, top kicker.
I push all my chips in.
We get in the middle. I guess I assumed that you had a lot of draws in your range there that you're just gonna get it in there with. So I just went with it, and the miraculous ace on the river to counterfeit your 2 pair.
Did not bust me out of the tournament.
No, I mean,
weakened me.
Yeah, I mean you had the rest of the table like 18-1. So
yes, I think I ended up winning that night though, or didn't I? Second.
You got third. I got second.
Thanks. I didn't even
welcome.
get the gloriously say I got second. You got lucky. You should have been gone.
Yeah, I should have been. I should have just quit poker that night. So Tibor is a mystery hand. Rick is up and down. Heads up, it says. So who fell by the wayside?
I think we're a little behind on the computer graphics.
I have a feeling Cooch is no longer in. So Rick and Darren are in.
Yeah, I think we're just catching up here.
That looks better. So Darren's in there with a gut shot. Makes a pair now. So we'll see.
Right, and then Rick's deciding, and I heard Rick ask Darren. He goes, "Well, will you show him?" So I think Rick's thinking of getting out of the hand.
Rabbit that.
Oh, too late to rabbit. I think that's how it went down.
Yeah. Rim Dog bringing the lightning bolts. Is that what Bart's haircut looks like? Did he get lightning bolts carved in the side of his head?
No.
Like 1993?
Well.
Man, I keep forgetting. I have a couple questions for Rim Dog. Not about poker, but...
We'll see if we can pull up Brandon's pregame interview. I think that will... I
think with the last one?
Cross everyone off the list tonight.
Yeah.
Let's cue that. There we go.
So when you're in a tank and you're trying to figure out how to get maximum value or figure out if your opponent's bluffing, what all goes through your head when you're going through that situation?
Well, it's a lot of factors. Tough question to answer. It depends on what range I'd put him on, first off. And then if that range coincides with, I guess, how he played the hand throughout. I guess, for me, say if I want to merge my range at that time, if I think there's enough fold equity, I'm probably putting the chips in. If not, if I think it's a point where I think a calls would be a reasonable option due to think he might merge his range or he might be bluffing, it just might be a smooth call at that point. But really it's situational, dependent on the player and how the hand plays itself out up into the river.
Rim Dog, that's exactly how I pictured it in my mind. John Razor, thanks for being a follower tonight.
Broadman 6'8". Thanks for the follow.
Hey, we're like in our last hour here of our broadcast. Where is the 3 hours gone, Trevor?
This has been the fastest night ever. I guess it's just like been cruising by.
It's been pretty cool. I've been pretty happy with everything tonight. I'm gonna interview some of the players here after our last hour. So if you guys in the chat room have any questions in particular for any of the players that you would like me to ask, and I'm not afraid of Rick, so.
I was just gonna stop say that do not involve murder, but if you're into it,
So if you have any questions about the action tonight or any play or why somebody played a hand a certain way or, why they did something.
What a flop for Jack 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Start sending your questions into the chat room so I can prepare for those interviews tonight. Just shoot them out to @SuitedDan so I can see them in the chat. And
Rick has his patented gut shot here.
And while I start gathering those questions, I'm going to leave you in the great hands of Cream Pie.
Don't call him Cream Puff. I already made that mistake earlier.
I said Cream Pie.
I know. Hand is through.
Hand is over.
Rick realized that he probably didn't have any clean outs there other than 3. So I know there's been a lot of new followers tonight. We can't get to all of you, shout you out, but let me tell you, you guys coming around, hanging out with us is about the coolest thing you guys could do for us. So we're just a bunch of guys that had an idea to have a poker show, and here we are, hundreds and hundreds of followers later, having a real good time.
Hopefully soon be able to say thousands and thousands.
We're getting so close. I think we've had probably 70 or 80 new followers tonight, so get us probably pretty close to 900 range. And I think we will be partnering with Twitch, so hopefully that sub button will be there, and we get all you guys some funny emotes and hopefully some mustaches and some cupcakes or something cool. Darren made it 12 with the old 10-6 ball.
Under the gun +2.
Not something I would recommend for the faint of heart.
And he flops second pair. Let's see what he does with it.
How much? 30. 30 is a bet.
Maybe that's something that booze is getting to his brain.
David calls with the gutter ball.
I mean, I guess he's assuming if that. Oh, I thought it was gonna be right there. I was like, maybe it's assuming that miracle card. Word, you know, you're so tough. Maybe he's assuming if that miracle card came, he could get a
huge pot.
Huge pot. Oh, they want the cream pie sub emote. I think that'd be funny. Just your noggin. Everyone just plastering the chat with it. That'd be awesome. Especially for players that their first time. They show up and they just see cream pie all over the page. So Darren has relinquished the lead in the hand, and Rick says, I will gladly take it. Pretty easy when you have top pair.
Yeah, especially when the guy behind you just flatted too. You think if he had a bigger king, he would have...
You would have let it be known, right?
Yeah.
That would be a sick check raise, though, by Darren. Leads pre, bets flop, checks, and check raises. That'd be the goofiest line.
That adds value.
Sometimes those are the funnest ones to take, though.
Well, it'll definitely make your opponent kind of go, huh?
Yeah.
Which is most of the fun. So I don't see anybody bring up any questions yet for our players. Feel free to let them stream through here. Let's ask them some fun questions tonight.
Cooch coming in for the raise with 10-4 suited.
I think it's the second time tonight that 10-4 suited, that exact suit, has played a hand like that. Say there's Suited Dan. Suited Dan's in the chat now.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's a man of many talents. Take Matt's turn with Ace Jack.
It's always nice to raise with 10-4 and flop top pair.
Good buddy. That's a good one, Bubbles. I like that. It's a very nice, broad question to ask everybody.
That hand where Cooch made the flush and checked the river, would he have gotten paid off on the river against Chris?
I don't remember.
Yeah, he made the flush and it went check, check.
I don't think Rick had or Chris had a super strong hand, but I think it was decent. And we were kind of watching, going, "What?" That was like his first or second hand at the table, and I was like,
Yeah.
"That didn't seem all that right." Look at that. There's our names. Oh, then they're gone.
They were up there for a while.
They were there. I was staring at the ceiling. And they're back. There's our Twitter handles, guys. Paul Boston is at Mostly Harmless, and I am at T.1512. I did get 2 new followers tonight, so thank you guys. To Bandit and a guy that wishes not to be named. I dare you guys all to follow Cream Pie right now. Every one of you. Follow at Mostly Harmless.
Well, I will tell you this. You will be bored.
No, because every day you'll take a picture of a new Boston cream pie.
Cream pie. A new cream pie.
Can't let the action come out in the last hour.
I know.
Just haven't had the big monster pots tonight.
Well, that's what I'm not sure it was with you or with Dan. You know, we've had so many nights where it's like trips versus trips, or top or over pairs versus sets, like just crazy stuff. Well, tonight's almost like junk versus junk. Like we've had our highs, and this is one of those nights that's kind of like our lows.
I think we got spoiled with all the action we had in some of them games.
15 now. $55 now.
Wow. That's a big raise.
15.55. Does Rick actually have something to think about here? Not getting his hand.
They haven't folded Darren yet, that's why. His won't show up till Darren's is gone.
Get Darren out of there. It's no wonder you guys think that Rick has ended lives. Look at that face. I remember when I first started playing with Rick, his physical nature is just intimidating. Dude, it looks like he must have had something really close. Because he's really kind of wincing there.
9s, 10s.
Probably, something like that. Maybe some sort of weird, like, 9-10 suited, something, like, goofy like that.
And we have a straddle on. Ooh, Mark put the straddle on. Cooch.
Yeah, I think, Cooch is here every week. He's kind of always in the background. He's the one in charge of getting the players checked in and all that good stuff. I think he just gets tired of watching every week.
Oh, yeah, he's been chomping at the bit.
We had the benefit of sitting back here, so we actually kind of feel like we're in the game, where he just has to sit there and just watch for 4 hours. So he's actually probably thrilled.
Yeah, he's been chomping at the bit. Oh, wow.
That's why.
That's always nice.
Cooch.
Flop Broadway.
Cooch. I mean, he's a little unlucky the fact that no one has an ace right now or anything super strong. Big breath. Yep, I have a straight.
45.
Who bet 45?
Oh, the pre-flop. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that was David. He did raise pre-flop. That's right.
That's a hefty. 45 into what? It's like 48, something like that?
Nice smooth call.
Yep. Usually, like we talked about before, like, playing fast. But I think in this spot, your hand is somewhat disguised. Actually, David has a draw to the wheel. Let's see if he tries to rep it again. I feel like he might. So he bet pot last time. Let's see how big this one is. Well, he's only got 90. Oh, wait, he rebought. He's got more. I forgot to add him back in. He's got another 200. He said 75.
75.
Yep, I read lips. No. but at the same time, I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. Like, obviously, I can see David has the 5 high.
Yeah.
I think I can hear him breathing back here. Like,
I know what Mark's thinking here. You don't want him to have ace queen, you know what I mean, and hit a queen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just think he just assumes David's way. I mean, obviously,
right.
A pair of 3s is way stronger than David actually is. But I think he just assumes that, like, he hopes. I mean, David was a proof up raiser. He could have ace king, could have ace queen, could even have like a set of kings, queens, aces, anything in his hands really. So he's just hoping, begging, pleading that he has any of those super strong hands, but he's just actually unlucky that he doesn't.
Yeah, after he makes that turn bet, you almost always put him on a pretty big hand.
Nice shot at Cooch.
He got his wish. He's in there stacking chips.
Yep. He did get a little unlucky. He played in our 2-5 game for a little while. Yeah, he played on our 2-5 game for a little bit and actually went broke with 2 pair versus a flush. So trying to redeem himself. The money on the that David showed wasn't correct. I think he actually had another like
200
or so.
I was running the chips and
so he didn't actually have $18. He actually had 218.
I forgot he stepped back and reloaded.
There. 4 players.
I feel like people are kind of like being rough on Cooch right now, saying, "How do you raise there?" But if we can see the cards and we see that David has top set, well, aren't you rooting for him to raise at that point?
Yeah, I mean, he raised pre-flop, bet the flop, bet the turn.
You got to assume,
Yeah, you're hoping he's got a big hand.
He's pretty polarized, right? So either he has like the good goods or he has the 4-5. So, I mean, you just hope that he's not goofing around and you raise, try to get stacks in.
Cooch with the second pair here.
11.
And lets it go.
Almost did. That hesitation almost worked.
Do you know who Billy Bobby is?
No.
God, someone please tell me. He's been in the chat all night and he says that everyone knows him. I see we got Knit Romney in the house as well. I do know who that is. Assuming it's the same person I used to know. The RFID system did not goof up. It just, we had to manually put in all the numbers, and when David reloaded, we forgot to add the amount to his stack.
Yeah, it was me that goofed up.
Now.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to fall on the sword.
Oh, it was me. I'll admit it.
Oh.
Cooch coming in 3-4 suited.
I just hear Cooch and it puts a smile on my face.
3 players. Mark.
Well, no one flips a straight this hand, so it's kind of boring.
And kind of a tough spot for 8s there, too.
This kid's from Chicago. It keeps blowing my mind.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I know, like, there's people out there, like, hanging out with us, watching. But the fact that, like, there's, like, some dude in Chicago, and I know you guys are all over the place, but, like, I still feel like when we first started, this was, like, a thing to do for us and our friends. And the fact that people are all over the world hanging out with us, and now we have a guy
coming in from Chicago.
Guy coming in to sit at our table. It just blows my mind. I'm seriously going to sleep with a smile on my face tonight.
In a 1-2 game.
Right. I don't think he would care. I think he would have came and played 5 cent, 10 cent, just to come hang out and be on the show. I think that's super awesome.
He was so excited just to be here. Like I said, his parents live in Akron. He happened to be in town.
That's really cool. That's one of those stories I tell my mom. She goes, "Oh my gosh, that's so great. I can't believe you guys are just getting so popular, you know?"
5 players.
Everybody's at a flop.
And let's see, Rick, right?
Bottom pair for Rick is good right now.
Now 2 pair for Rick. Brandon with straight draw. Dave with a straight draw.
12.
Cooch with a flush draw.
Oh.
Tibor for a 3 draw. It's not Tibor, it's Tibor.
I thought he pulled out raisin chips there.
Maybe some Raisinets. Well, I was trying to think of the most painful river card. I guess the 7 would have been just about it. But that would have been a 4-card straight and kind of boring.
Check.
What is going on with Rick tonight? I think Rick has kind of zigged when he should be zagging. Zagging when he should be zigging tonight.
Well, there is a 4-card straight there. It went check
Oh,
on the flop and not a big bet on the turn.
I guess I almost missed that. By almost, I mean I did. I guess he kind of knows. He kind of knows Cooch's game.
I wonder how much Cooch plays with him up at the shoe.
Does Cooch go up very often? I know he plays a lot of home games. I didn't know how often he went up to the.
He used to go up quite a bit. I'm not sure if he still does.
I remember that for a while. Cooch was going up there and like playing for like 2 hours, banking like $500 and just being like, "Deuces, I'm out of here."
Yeah, I walked up in there one night and he had about 3 racks.
Good for him.
At the window. That's what he said. He said, "I've only been here a couple hours, but I'm going home."
I mean, if you can make 15 hundo, just then head out.
I like the discipline to leave, though.
Yeah, someone teach us that, please.
What's fresh?
Look, Matt knows. Everyone's like, "What's Crush by Poker?" Matt knows. He knows about Bart.
Yeah, that's how he first checked it out.
Yeah, Cooch loves cream pie. They're the best of friends. They go everywhere together. This stinking peanut butter cup has been staring me down for like the last 2 hours.
Oh, Darren was out there for about an hour straight trying to talk Rick into eating one. Come on, just take one bite.
Yeah, but can he play midnight baseball?
Rick said it's bathing suit season and he needs to get in shape.
That's what I always tell people. Like, do you want something? Like, oh, it's bathing suit season. I can't remember last time I went swimming.
Looks like it checked all the way around.
I think Rick should just always just wait to the turn. He's always just like, you know what? I'm best on turn.
Darren's going to bet the double belly buster.
I've had that breakfast before. The old belly buster. And it did not disappoint.
Check. 10 board.
And the 10 is good.
In $44 heads Rick's direction. You guys got any more questions for our remaining players? Do you want to ask Chris what it was like kissing Heath Ledger?
Nice. My night is complete.
Rick, after a slow start, steadily chipped up here.
Oh, behave. Yeah.
That was for Wigmaster. I thought it fit accordingly.
Cooch with the ace jack.
10.
He's up to 37 already. Not a bad 20 minutes.
No, it's definitely something you can put in your journal tonight.
Pretty good hourly rate.
And reflect on and be really happy.
Heads up.
Cooch has the best hand.
$16.
So it says all in, but he is not all in. I'm sure you guys have figured that out by now.
Not sure if he's got plans here or be floating him there. Mark, not sure what happened there.
Check.
Goes check, check.
Yeah, Cooch isn't really the guy to get thin value. So when he has like third pair, he's not really too thrilled.
He's Mommy's little boy.
Yeah, his mommy does love him. Toby's been a little quiet tonight.
Just wasn't sure there what, who was it, David?
Yeah.
I'd like to know what he was thinking there. You float that flop bet.
And then you just don't try to win it any other way? Yeah, that's
The
not
heart
really...
gets there. A straight card gets there.
5 trail. Five to go live. Strap. Mark your mark.
Cooch with another big hand.
10 now.
A big hand for Cooch.
Min raise on the straddle.
I don't think I like that much.
35 now.
I do like that, though.
Well, Cooch was chastising himself because he said straddle 3 times and Cooch didn't pay any attention.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I didn't think that was very normal for him.
No.
So now that we know that Cooch meant to raise more, is he going to 4-bet?
He's looking at his stack. Reaching in his stack. Counting chips.
He's going for the rarely used double chip card protector.
And just calls.
He is out of position.
You're almost there, buddy. You can do it. I think I can.
A little engine that could.
With some encouragement from Jerry, all the money ends up getting in the middle.
I mark the red ones are 5.
Cooch getting a little ribbing from Jerry the dealer. Thanks for the follow, Chris. Sounds like this is your first time tuning in, so appreciate you hanging out. Same to you, Big J. Is that 55?
You say, looked like a pretty big bet.
So I have kind of noticed it seems like people when they're, let's use air quotes, bluffing, they have been betting more. So when people go back and watch this, like even the 4 or 5 example,
Right.
Dave was betting pot. Like, do you think he's betting pot with 2 pair, top pair sets, anything like that? Probably not. He's probably looking for to get value. So people it seems like they are betting more because they actually literally are trying to scare you out of the pot. So something to look for when you're faced with those kinds of decisions at the table.
What is that? 7 like a bonus. That's go all the way to showdown.
Yeah, you gotta win the hand.
I think David's probably gonna play his hand.
No, it doesn't have to go to the river.
Okay.
He just calls. Nope, made it $10. Much better.
David hasn't done very well tonight, but I've liked several of his raises.
Yeah, he was doing okay early on, and then I think he's got kind of caught up in some kind of funky spots.
Or a card that obviously.
They went check, right?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Now Darren says, well, if you're not going to bet, I'm going to.
May even have went check on the turn, too. I can't tell.
No, I think Darren bet.
Okay.
I think Darren bet 15. That's what it was.
And then bet 40.
Weird. So is David just calling turn for the hope
Straight
for a
draw?
queen, 10, or a jack? Little dicey. Looks like we got about 30 more minutes or so. Keep them questions rolling in. We will do our best to answer as many of them as we can at the end of the show. If anyone of you want to come massage my back, I'm also open to that in the very near future.
I believe next Tuesday's game is going to also be a 1-2 no limit game again. Which in our area is the most common game played.
Yeah. Maybe somewhere down the line we will have a bigger game. Maybe some notable poker stars. Something we've kicked around the idea of. That's probably down the line a little further.
I was going to say, getting them to Akron, Ohio is the hard part on that.
Come on, Mark.
Maybe it was during the NBA Finals. Maybe someone will be in town for
that would be neat
for our Cleveland Cavaliers. It's a short drive down I-77.
What, about 30, 40 minutes? About 40 minutes, probably.
Yeah. When you drive 35, I drive 44.
Matt with pretty good flop here.
This is why he came all the way from Chicago for flops like this.
But you'd wish somebody had a little more here, though. It's always a lot of fun when you flop big like that.
It was 8 to me, so I put 8 in.
It's a small blind.
Oh, that was this hand.
There was 8.
It's like Bart's tossing around the idea of coming and playing on our very fancy RFID table.
Wow, that'd be a lot of fun.
You gonna bring Rim Dog with you, Bart?
I double count your money on you catch up.
Be awesome to meet you guys both in person. That'd be super fun.
Here you go.
As has been the trend for several weeks. The last hour just seems to really slow down.
Yep. Bart, if we played PLO 8, my co-commentator would probably take out a loan to come play on the table with you because that's his favorite game.
It is my favorite game. I don't know if I want to play against Bart, though.
It's okay. Bart's a fish. Everybody knows that, right? Wink, wink, nod, nod, joke, joke. We all know otherwise.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more.
Yeah, Pilo weight would be sick. I think I would actually want to get in that game.
My horse.
That was my game of choice when I played on the internet.
Rick with the Dempsey.
15 is the best.
Talk about zigging and it should be zagging. I mean, Darren did work it out earlier, but he just finds himself with some funky spots. Oh, now that'd be nice. You show me?
I've got absolutely nothing and no draw, but will you show me? And he shows him that he had nothing and no draw. Just show him the ace. Yeah, there you go.
Aw, how nice.
Shit. Nobody could do that with ace 9. You're such a tool.
Now he's getting critiqued by Paul Moskowitz out there running the chip count.
Oh, brother. Here we go. I guess this is the last time we'll be on air before Mr. Moskowitz goes and plays his $1,500 event up at the Horseshoe.
Weekend.
There's a shot of old Paul Moskowitz. There he is. Does he know? Does he know he's on air?
I don't think so. Paul,
yeah, go ahead.
Paul won a seat to the $1,500 quarterly event at Horseshoe Casino, and he'll be playing Friday, at least Friday.
Yeah, probably the whole way. I mean, is that basically a face that ever bluffs? Probably not.
He does a lot more now than he used to.
He's learning. He's learning from our shows. Yeah, that tournament is a $200K guaranteed. So, super excited for Cleveland for putting that on. I know all the locals, all the regs will be super excited to go play that.
They're expecting a lot of out-of-towners for that, too. Can't wait to see how many people they draw for that.
No ladies for anybody. I kind of feel weird that like Chris hasn't really been involved for quite a while. He seemed kind of the kind of guy that didn't really wait for hands, I guess you could say, but kind of does his own thing. But who am I? I mean, I can't really chastise the guy for playing more. I mean, the guy buys in for 500, runs it up to a G, and just says deuces. I'm out of here. $500 later.
Yeah, that's not always a bad thing. You booked a nice win. You're only going to be playing another, 30, 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
No reason to get out of line and lose it.
Another win for our Chicago friend Matt.
I'd love to play. That would be awesome.
I think we should have one of our poop truck nights again, where we play mixed games or games they've basically made up themselves.
That's pretty much most of what they play.
That's super fun. Would you guys be interested, fellow chat roomers, in a night where we play mixed games? So, I mean, they're going to be like variations of Hold'em and Omaha, but it gets pretty goofy.
Yeah, they do a lot of double boards and use all 4 cards and split pots, and not high-low split pots. Splitting by the suit of a card.
But he called like 200. He goes, I've got nothing.
You want him to do that.
And the way they play at pot limit, it gets some ridiculous pots going.
Definitely. They're actually talking about, they're on the table, they're talking about our Omaha night, and you're talking about Mickey. If you guys haven't watched our Omaha night, go back and watch it, because it was, as I say, a barrel of fun. We had this guy named Mickey just shoved in like 200 plus with literally no pair, no draw. And I guess he had a pair. Yeah, he had a backdoor draw. So like it came runner for him to scoop this huge pot, and it was so sick.
Yeah, he called 200 and something on the flop with pocket 7s in his hand. It went runner 7.
Oh, I forgot about that hand. That hand's also super gross.
Yeah. He did that a few times. He did like to mix it up.
How's that?
See if Cooch C-bet's here. 12, 13.
Oh, misclick.
13.
Let's see if Chris gets frisky here.
We've seen him do this a couple times tonight where he's re-raised when he thought they...
I think it's going to be delayed re-raise. I have a feeling like he's definitely going to see what Cooch does in a turn. And if Cooch shows any sign of weakness, I think Chris is going to pounce all over it.
Usually, yeah. Usually right here, Cooch shuts down. Once he gets called.
That Cooch gets a little clammed up. $30? Yep. That's what it felt like. Another thing I noticed, Chris is really good at knowing the exact pot size, or relatively close. So his bet sizing is always pretty spot on. There's Chris getting back at it. All you had to do is talk about him a little bit, and there he is.
Yep.
Scooping another one.
And another nice play, too.
How did you find out about this game? Well, this game. Great.
The Cooch has more showdown value than you think. He's next on the main stage. I think Darren should have brought enough booze for everybody. I think our game would be a little more jovial at this point.
I saw Darren's stash of booze. I think it was enough for everybody.
I think people in the chat that know Darren will probably know that that's probably just enough for himself.
9. Call.
I'm really surprised the guys that are stuck here are not really splashing around a lot more here with only 20 minutes to go.
I mean, assuming they're aware. I mean, we have enough guys that have been at the table enough times that I'm sure they're talking about it, and I think we all notify them ahead of time, like, this is what we do. This is when we start, when we end.
Darren with bottom pair, and Rick was a pre-flop raiser.
17.
Bunt step, I dare you to donate $500 to B Million, even though the earthquake victims would probably benefit way more than he would.
Darren makes the call with bottom pair. And picks up a flush draw to Rick's wheel.
Now we get a little bit of sickness.
6 high.
Now we get a little sickness going on.
30.
So Darren's used to playing Omaha stuff, so he's used to them kind of draw games. This is probably he says, "Will you show?" And he goes, "I don't think so." My mom just texted me and said she was watching for a while tonight. Isn't she cute?
Good thing I did not want to make a play right there.
Well, maybe it was a good thing. If you hit your draw.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
So I didn't get to see that chip count very long, but so I think David's probably the most stuck. But I think, did Rick add on? Did you see at any point?
I did not notice him add on.
Don said he thinks he added on, but I never saw it. That sounds like really bad English. So, not really sure. Tell you what, new followers tonight. Tons of them.
Yeah, it looks like it.
You guys are awesome.
Wish I could see him across the room here.
Yeah, the font for us is kind of hard. This looks like it said LCG Gizmo or something like that. Are you a fan of?
We gotta see if we can get a color in there so it shows up better against that background.
Yeah, something like that. I want Craig and Bluntstep to get together and just be best friends for life.
Oh wow! Oh, Rick just called. I thought he might re-raise it there. He's done that a few times.
Especially in the straddle.
Yeah.
He'll probably just make a deuce, though. Because I don't need pairs. Brandon's also been pretty quiet for a while.
21.
It's only went into 48. Seems okay to me.
Chris makes the call.
Chris is getting a little sticky icky.
Let's see. Does that entice Rick to make the call here? Nope, he's gonna let it go.
Yeah, I think Rick is a pretty aware. I think Brand's a pretty good player as well. But I think he knows that Chris is a really good player. So if Chris is coming along, I think he knows his ace queen is probably pretty much dead meat.
Wondering if Chris is doing this again to see what he does on the turn. See if he can take it away from somebody again.
Here we go. The door is open.
55.
See, this is where Chris is so nasty. Like, he doesn't overbet it. He bets about the same he's been betting the entire game with or without it. Problem is, Brandon's hand's just a little too strong. At least to fold right now. Dun 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 dun.
Very interesting.
I assume Brandon's going to check call here, assuming that Chris bets if Brandon checks. Straight statue mode. There it is. $130?
35.
God, that's a tough call.
He did make the tough call on the turn as well. I mean, does Chris really have pocket sevens here? Deuces probably not. How many jacks does he have in his range to flat flop? Chris has definitely put old Brandon in a cage here. The hard swallow. The grinding of the teeth. Brandon's not in his happy spot right now. Ooh, he's holding like he's folding. He's holding like he's folding.
There it goes.
The operation was a complete success.
I think Chris is gonna be pretty proud of that one, especially when he goes back and watches it. I think Chris went like about an hour without even like playing a hand. So you do have to respect the fact that he's not like he's not Rick. You know, he's not all over the place. So I don't think that wasn't an easy call, but with eights, I just don't think that. I don't think that the Brandon really defined his hand all that much, which allowed Chris to basically double barrel bluff, turn river, and Brandon kind of put himself in that spot.
Yeah,
by checking turn,
right.
If he check raises, I think he gets the job done. Well, obviously I know he gets the job done unless Chris is a complete sicko and shoves it in his face or something like that. But by relinquishing the power in the hand, it just kicked the door wide open for Chris, and he got himself put in a really tough situation.
I just wonder how it would have played out if he'd have let out on the turn. He had control of the pot. I don't know. Just would have been
There's all the
would have been
aces.
interesting.
This can't be good. 11.
Oh.
I think we're chopping.
Well, you are not chopping.
Yeah. Tibor goes, I hope we're chopping.
Exactly. Do you get pocket fives as well?
All right, we got about 10 more minutes left tonight.
This is your warning. Get your questions in. I suppose you could probably ask about that hand, huh? Ask about the pocket eights.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
What was going through Brandon's mind?
What Chris's thought process was on it, too, would be interesting.
I'm not so sure Chris would be as willing to talk about the bluff versus the guy that actually pulled the real hand. But we'll ask them. We'll see what they think. Chris might just plead the fifth. Who knows?
Five players, change them. Okay.
Well, Brandon flops a set, and Tibor has a open ender.
11.
People like the 11 bet, don't they? I think it's been
Seems
really
tight.
common tonight.
Call.
Tibor just calls.
Heads up.
Oh, brother.
Bink.
Someone ring. Who's got the bink bell? Who's a Jay Carver sub? Hit it for me now.
16.
How much does T-Bar make it?
I'm not sure.
40-ish?
I know that one time earlier he made quite a big raise with aces. 35.
Ooh, a little smallish. There it is. What's up, Johnny? Thanks for the bink bell. And I think if you're Brandon here, no reason to re-raise.
Nah. But you definitely have to call that.
You just have to cross your fingers at this rate. Brandon's going to check here, I imagine.
Check.
And we'll see how much T-Bar bets.
How much do you think he can call here?
55.
55.
I think that's a good bet to get called.
That is actually
55.
really good. Brandon's just got to be thinking, why did I show up tonight? I ended up folding pocket H, which very well could have been the best hand. Now I flop a set 2 hands later, and this dude, who hasn't really been doing anything all night, is betting into me.
And Tibor gets paid off.
Sure does.
And you always got to show your set. It got to be.
Cause it stings. It stings like when you have like a paper cut and you're cutting lemons and you're just like, ugh. It hurts so much. Uh-oh. I see a familiar name in the chat room, and his name is Chow.
Ryan Postic still in there?
I haven't seen him in a while. I think it's past his bedtime.
Yeah, we're going to the shoe tomorrow morning.
Well, good for you guys. That should be fun. Let me know if anybody asks about me.
I will.
Were there 3 spades?
Big blind now.
Were there 3 spades?
No.
No, I love it.
Big blind.
Well, actually, I don't know if Ryan's going or not. Me and Dan are definitely going.
Who's got one? You got two, Chris, or one? You got one?
I need. Or Darren.
There we go. That was almost. You gotta put the lemons in your stuff. Cocktails and whatnot. Limes, I guess, have been a little bit more appropriate. Crimson Coaster. Crimson Coast. Red Sky at Night. Sailor's Delight. Is that how that goes?
Yes, it is.
Big players.
I'm reading for the 4-5. I'm sorry, guys. Poor guy's just getting his balls kicked in. He needs to have something. Sub button is coming soon. Thank you, Johnny. See, I don't even have to answer anybody anymore. This chat just pretty much just nails it. Check around, huh?
Yeah, one checked around. Let's see what happens here.
That's what tends to happen. Rick getting stingy with his 6.
Little confusing. He doesn't want to bet his bottom pair, but he's willing to call 20 on it.
$40.
40 into 70.
I dig it. I mean, Matt has to go home with like one bluff under his belt, right? That's like a what, 7.5, 8 hour drive? Oh, Rick he's such a stubborn bastard. He hates losing and folding. There it is.
Wow.
Hey, at least Matt can go back to Chicago with his head held high.
He made a good effort at it.
He gave it an honest try. Chow, if we pay your expenses, what do we get out of it? If I could make a Spanish accent, I think this would be perfect. If I could do whatever Chow's talking about.
That's what I wanted. Right. Good call.
All right, we've only got a few more minutes left in the night. Don't forget to stick around for the post-game interviews.
Hosted by the one, the only, suited Dan Crafton. Are those tacos or just some sort of like waffle sausage egg situations from like Taco Bell? Tacos sound so good right now. Maybe I'll pass up on Sheets and go Taco Bell. Who knows?
There's one about 2 minutes from here.
Check.
Brandon with pocket 8s again. We know how that worked out last time.
Tibor with 10s, and Darren has flop.
Darren sneakily gets in there.
He comes in for that $10 raise with the king 6 off. And takes it down.
Are there any all-night diners around here? Stack of pancakes sounds okay.
Yeah, there's one down on Market Street.
Who's in? Who's coming with me?
The lamppost.
Who? Okay. Who wants a short stack?
It's less than 5 minutes from here.
What's all?
One sweet in the pot. You got anything?
This, everybody, will in fact be our last hand. This is your last chance to send in some questions for our players tonight, and our friend Suited Dan will be asking them in a few moments. I think you gotta fight for your right in the last hand. You just gotta let it go. Just go to town.
The last hand?
Yeah, fold the last.
Is this last hand? Should I keep my hand then? See a lot of new followers streaming in. Thank you guys so much.
Don't forget, we're here every Tuesday, 7 o'clock Eastern Time.
I think a car without a muffler just drove by, and I seriously thought it was my stomach growling. I was really confused.
16.
Cooch with the best of it.
And bets it.
One more.
Ooh, is he gonna get the Pez as well? Wow, he wins his last hand and rocks the new Pez. Looks like Hulk or something. Dude, King Slayer out here is just rocking the emotes.
Cooch winning about 200 tonight.
Good for Cooch.
In an hour or less than an hour.
Well, I think we had some good play tonight. I think it's a little different. I think that was kind of dependent on the fact that we didn't have our super monster hands like we're used to. I think a lot of other weeks we've had just so much crazy stuff happening. Tonight was a little more subdued. People kind of picked their spots. I think Chris played phenomenally. I think Brandon got a little unlucky. Rick kind of played every hand, and everyone else kind of shook out where they belong.
Yeah, it was pretty much what your normal, typical 1-2 game is at the casino.
Yeah, I think the night we had our 2-5 game was played so far above like that level that we got slightly spoiled. But I think this is great. I think this is a great learning night for our fans and our viewers out there, because this is what you're gonna face. People aren't getting super crazy, super out of line. They are basically playing their hands as they're dealt, and you just have to figure out how to do that.
All right. Well, anything else?
I think I've pretty much talked enough. I'm sure everyone's probably sick of me by now.
All right. Well, let's send it out to Suited Dan. And are you going out there with him?
Yeah, let's go have a chat. Let's go see what's going on out there.
But we'll send it out to them for the post-game interviews.
Next week, Tuesday, 7 o'clock, we will be here. Hopefully you are where you're at. And have a great night, guys, and see you next week.
All right. We'll see you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our post-game show. We're hanging out here with the players. Just got a couple questions from some of our Twitch audience fans tonight that we'd like to ask. Matt, if you come over here and join me just a quick second. Matt, we're going to introduce here. He came all the way from Chicago to hang out with Poker on Air tonight and to play poker with us. So, Matt, I know, like, here's your story that you found us one day searching on Twitch and you saw Bart Hansen, that he was associated with us or was doing one of our broadcasts with us. So now that you've actually seen the studio and you've been here and played on the table, give us some of your thoughts.
It was an awesome experience. I wish Bart was commentating because I'm a big fan, but I'm looking forward to watching the replay on YouTube. And I still don't know how this guy made that call against me at the end, but it was all good. It was a lot of fun. It was worth coming out here for, and I hope to be back soon. I travel to the area often, so I look to be back soon.
Awesome, Matt. Thanks for coming out. We actually we appreciate you being out here. Other than this show, do you watch any other poker shows on Twitch streams? That's asked by Johnny Ace X in our chat room.
I watch some Jay Carver, and I think that's about it. I haven't found too many shows that I like yet, so hopefully more shows like this will pop up, or I'll just keep watching your show, one of the two.
All right, Matt. Thanks a lot. Okay, we have Blunt Step TV has a question for Rick. And, Rick, this is kind of a two-part question, and I'm kind of afraid to ask part of it. But his first question to you is, what is your game plan on when you show cards to players? What thought process, and when do you show, and why do you show?
I don't really have a super defined game plan as it comes to a 1-2 game. I really play super loose. I play a lot of cards, and I play so many hands. I really when I show cards, it just sometimes it's just to show that I catch a hand. So it's really not a game plan at all.
And the follow-up question is, his parents made a trip to Ohio and he hasn't heard from them yet. And any comments?
What part of Ohio?
All right, for legal reasons, I think we'll move on. So, 3J55 asked, and we have a couple tattooed people here, so I'm gonna move on to this end of the table because Rick's making me nervous. 3J55 said tonight in the chat room, they said, I'm thinking of going semi-pro or pro or getting into the poker circuit. Do I need a tattoo to look intimidating at the table?
No, you don't, because obviously look at my chip stack, and it doesn't work out too well for me.
I think this is one of your first nights here at Poker on Air too. Why don't you give us some of your initial thoughts on what you think of the setup we got here and the players that you played against tonight?
Actually, I enjoyed it. I didn't know how it was gonna be you watch on Twitch or YouTube, whatever. It looks professionally done. I didn't know if I was gonna come here and be kind of hokey. I didn't know what the personality was gonna be like. But honestly, about 10 minutes in, you really forget about cameras, commentating, and you just wouldn't know any better if you thought you were at the shoe playing.
Awesome. We're glad to have you. We hope you can come back and join us again. All right, let's move over to Darren. Darren, we have a question from Bubbles 314. Now, this wasn't directed towards you in general. This is just directed towards all the players. I'm just trying to get the microphone around. But Bubbles 314 asks, does playing poker on a live stream like Poker on Air broadcast change your play style, knowing that people you play against in home games at casinos are watching your play style? Do you change anything up here, or is this just your game?
Well, first of all, let me throw out a disclaimer. I do not know a Bubbles 314. And no, not really. There's some times that you play a little tight and you loosen up your game. I didn't really get a lot of cards, and I know that I may have bluffed maybe 4 or 5 hands all the way through the river. So, no, whether you're playing on this camera after you've been here 4 or 5 times or playing at the Horseshoe off camera, it didn't really affect my play at all. It did the first time, but as the broadcast kept coming, no, it doesn't really change up the play at all.
Awesome. Thanks, Darren. Chris, this question was actually asked directly to you. Now, this question is going to be odd. Here, let me throw this down here. Everyone else has to close their ears when I ask this question, because Chris, this was actually asked to you. I can't remember who it was. I didn't jot it down, but they want to know who you think is the biggest fish at the table.
Great. Me. I'm probably the biggest fish at the table. I think that's the safest answer.
I like this guy. Very political, very correct. Now, he may tweet out an answer later on or something, so if you follow him on Twitter, I don't know.
He told me Darren back there.
Chris, another quick question for you. I know that you've been here a couple times now. Give me your thoughts about Poker on Air and the broadcast that we're doing and what we're trying to do for poker and how you feel it fits into your life and in your game.
It's a lot of fun. I enjoy being, I guess, a regular on it since I've been on the past 3 weeks. Everything's done pretty professionally, and yeah, I mean, it's pretty fun. I like that they do a different game every week also.
Cool. We're glad to have you, Chris, as part of our show, and appreciate you coming back. Coach, I need you to come here. I got a question for you. If you want to join me back here, I'm going to ask the question. This came from Darkening a Mole. Said, on that one hand, when you checked trip 6s on the river, why did you check that hand, and where did you think your opponent was?
Well, to be honest, it was the first hand when I sat down, and as the action was going on early, I had been talking to Maverick here, and I kind of got lost in the hand of how Chris had played the hand. And when the second 6 came on the flop, or the turn, and he let out, I'm worried he had a better 6 than me. And I don't know if there was do you remember if there was a flush draw too? A backdoor flush draw. I was just, since it was the very first hand and I've been getting felted here pretty regularly, I thought I'd play it a little cautious. And I considered betting about a little less than half the pot, but I don't know if he didn't have a strong hand, or I didn't want him coming over the top because I was auto folding if he did.
All right, I'm working my way over there. Hang on, a couple more questions, and then we're going to sign off our broadcast this week. We want to thank all of our fans. Sorry You're going to have to follow me around in the camera here. Small room, small room. All right, one of our new players that has joined us this week. I'm sorry. Give me your name again. I'm totally going to forget. David. And this is your first time here this week, right? All right, so give us your impressions, David. Some of these Yahoos have been here forever, and some of these Yahoos have played. We got guys from Chicago. So, I mean, what we're trying to do for poker is as a goal, what Poker on Air is trying to do is bring live poker action to people who can watch it. They can learn from it. They can see and meet players that are going to be typical players that they're going to find when they go to a casino and play 1-2-2-5 games. So tell me your thoughts about your experience with Poker on Air and how you think it can help benefit poker.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. I found out about it because of one of Bart Hansen's podcasts, and when he mentioned it was in Akron, I'm from Cleveland, and I thought, well, maybe I'll get on it. I don't know. So I emailed you guys last week and got on it. I think it's great. I really like being able to watch sort of the regular 1-2-2-5 games instead of just watching all the pros on TV to see how it goes. I think I'm a good candidate for the fish question right now with my stack. But I mean, I'm looking forward to also watching the replay of how I looked playing certain hands. I mean, I think I played a pretty high variant game, to say the least, today, and I felt like I was in spots where I could represent bigger hands than I had, and I think probably didn't keep track of maybe my image, as Bart Hansen would tell me. So,
outside of this environment, just a general question that came up from our chat room is, how often do you play poker in a week? Outside of like an environment of this, it could be home game, could be casino. How often do you find yourself in a poker game?
Well, I'm relatively new to the game. I mean, I first started playing just 2.5 years ago, but I try to get over to the Horseshoe, I don't know, hopefully 3 times a week or something. So I'm kind of, in the midst of the big learning curve and just trying to play as much as I can, listen to Bart's stuff. So maybe 3 times a week if I'm not too busy with my regular job.
Awesome, David. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate you coming out with us and hanging out with us tonight. We hope to have you back. Why isn't it? We'll just swing this around the room because let's get that question around. How often do you guys play poker a week, let's say?
Once every other week, maybe, not every week.
A few times a week, just on weekends.
2 times, maybe 3.
About 3 times a week? Thanks, T-Work, for coming out. We appreciate it.
I actually showed up because I thought this was a tetherball tournament, and then realized we're playing a 1-2 game. So I play about once every 2 weeks.
I probably play live once or twice a week, and I still play online probably every day for playing money.
I'm probably hitting the tables probably about roughly 4 times a month, involved with a bigger home game out around this area. But usually I make it to the hopefully Horseshoe at least once or twice a month. I try to at least.
All right, folks. I think that's going to be the tail end of our broadcast tonight. Hang on, we're getting the camera to swing over this way. Slowly but surely. We do want to remind you that we're here broadcasting on twitch.tv/pokeronair every Tuesday night from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. We mentioned Bart Hansen tonight, Crush Live Poker. For anyone that wants to get a free month subscription to Bart Hansen's site, just go to pokeronair.com. We have a link and a coupon code that you can use from our site to get you on Crush Live Poker. It auto-populates the coupon code. So if you'd like a free month of training from Bart Hansen, one of the greatest poker players that I know, he's been a great partnership with us. He's been a great friend to Poker on Air, and we definitely want to get you to know about his site and learn from him, from one of the best in poker. So please check out his site. You're going to get a month free on Bart, and we're so thankful to have him as a partner with Poker on Air. So we're going to call it a night. We want to thank all of our players. We appreciate you guys coming out, because if it weren't for you guys, we wouldn't have players for a show. If it weren't for viewers like you guys, we wouldn't have a reason to do this show. So we'll see you next Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And you can watch this replay broadcast or any of other broadcasts from PokerOnAir.com. We'll see you next Tuesday. I'm Suited Dan, and for Trevor and for Paul Boston, we'll see you next week.
If you and your friends would like to play at the Poker On Air Penthouse Studio and have your game broadcast to the world, just give us a call. Your friends or league can rent our studio and play on our brand new custom-built RFID poker table, while we capture all the fun and action using 7 high-definition cameras and our live stream studio switcher. Play live while our commentators call all the action and bring your game to life. So if it's your league's final game of the season, or you and some friends just want to have fun, the Poker On Air studio is available to you. We can even take our show on the road and broadcast live from your event or casino. The graphics and sponsors on this custom traveling table can be changed to meet the needs of your event. Even better, if you would like a custom RFID table built for you or your venue, or would like to become a Poker On Air Broadcast City franchise, we can help you with that request as well. For more information, just give us a call at the number on your screen or email us at producer@pokeronair.com. Poker On Air, let's deal you in.